By the way, I do roll these randomly off the table as stated. So they're in Discord. I think that's probably the best way. I'll try to remember to actually put those in there before sessions instead of during them later. But that should be fine. Um, okay, good. Is everybody ready to play? Is everybody here and ready to go? And
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah. Yep.
great. Okay. So last time, you all encountered a small mini boss. Um, using that word judiciously. Um, you traveled up the northern side of the southeastern mountains, investigating the cavern that's the source of your aqueduct here in Chose, and um, found a strange plateau host to a overgrown salamander feasting on um, electric energy produced by um, equally oversized cables traveling through the ground like tree roots. Um, you did kill the beast and took note of a manor nearby, a couple miles away from where you were at the time. Um, some of you did. A couple of you weren't able to see it for some reason. Um, but uh, the party decided to head back to Chose, send out a crew to haul back that thing's corpse um, as you handled it, um, and report in on what's next. So that is where we are now. Um, you all were able to make the trip back home without issue. Again, you were only a couple days out into the foothills. So no trouble. By the time you have reported back and let people know what you've been up to, and kind of concocted a team to go and fetch this creature, the redshift has begun. Um, so you are all here taking a little bit of time to recover and I would assume plan whatever it is you're going to do next.
Does Soriana have any good like balms or something for my complexion? I grew up inside of a dark mine. I don't want to burn up in the sun.
You're sunburned.
She can relate because she's a kobold.
You
But
see, exactly, and I mean that must not be good for her scales. It's all dry out here. It's not the right kind of lizard.
well, dry kobolds are often good kobolds, but um, the she does have some stuff that supposedly wards off the worst of the sun. Now it is something that she's concocted for herself, so it is made for scales. Um, it might or might not work on you as well. Um, but she is willing to share some with you. Make an extra little uh can of it and provide it to you. Um, and you can test it out, and if it works well on you, then we could scale up production for the rest of the crew because it's likely that most people out here would not do well in the searing sun.
It's not my best place to hang out. So yeah.
Though, as a dragonborn, you do benefit from being very reflective.
Yep. And I've adjusted, over the years.
I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't lived in the Arctic for a long, long time.
Nope.
Are
so-
sunglasses a thing?
Not. You're more likely to find goggles that will let you see through little slits to filter out the bright lights sooner than tinted glass put into eyeglasses.
Damn. I mean, maybe
Except for my red tinted glasses, but those are for a different purpose.
maybe if I put in a request to the guild, going to desert need tinted glass goggles.
You don't have sunlight sensitivity, right?
No, I'm just a princess.
Yeah. Completely understandable. Um,
I mean, given where we are, you could probably make smoked glass pretty easily.
I mean, I do have a tinkering skill. This would be a practice, I think, right?
yeah, I mean, it's certainly plausible. And if all else fails, you could always get a big hat.
Yeah, but that wouldn't look nearly as cool, and people wouldn't see my golden bandana.
No, true. Yeah, like when Soriana wears hers, if she has to go out during the daytime, it's like you can't see the kobold anymore.
Yeah, that's no bueno. I gotta look flashy. I don't think I made those the smoked glass. I think I made some slag.
Oh no.
Yo, how the fuck does this glass stuff work? Thought I just gathered up some sand and then like put it inside the fire. I want it smoky, so I put some coal in there, heated it up, waited. Now I only have like this lump. What the fuck?
That wouldn't have worked anyway. You gotta get all
You
the
clearly seem to know something, Amber Green. This is all in character. I know out of character, of course, that wouldn't have fucking worked. But yes,
I could tell you how to do it out of character.
I could tell you how to do it out of character too. The Alvis Tabber apparently doesn't know how to make glass.
Right.
Glass is complicated.
But it's also a fairly like I wouldn't say simple trick to pull off once you know it. But I mean, it's kind of like riding a bike. Omwa and I have both made glass, haven't we? That was a class.
Well, I play with glass.
We didn't make glass at one of the Battlemores?
Well, we didn't. Oh, what's her face did? Domon's wife.
That's what it was.
Anyway, you all get a long rest.
Oh, okay,
you have
good.
all already received your XP. So Aranese is able to level up, level 8. Everybody else gets rested, fully healed. Nobody died. And a couple days later, just as the redshift is starting to creep over the horizon that you can see, the team that got sent out to haul this giant salamander back to town is able to return. And they found it. Nimbus had gentle reposed it, so it's fine. And the work to figure out what you can turn it into begins. So skipping over perhaps a few days of work here, what I can tell you is that the after looking it over and experimenting a little, uh, it's found that this creature's hide uh, is definitely worth taking, um, because it is thick, firm, flexible. Um, could perhaps be turned into the sort of sturdy leather that you would nail to the bottom of a wagon or boat, or as I think the party had raised previously, potentially even a skiff that travels over sand.
Maybe a blimp?
Hot air balloon, perhaps.
Better, yeah. Hot air balloon is better. I'm sorry. I said it.
Something like that.
I said it because I just saw one. Like,
Oh,
literally.
no problem. This creature might not have enough to make like a full scale hot air balloon. Um, you might have to go with something smaller, like a wagon, as said. But um, you can the hide can be retained and uh, treated and stored away until we can figure out what to do with it. In this case, um, but that's the main thing you get out of it. And now, aside from a carefully tested um, pile of salamander meat to feed the city for a couple of days. Um, the only other thing that really amounts to anything more valuable than a simple trophy uh, would be the creature's blubber, um, which is ample. Um, but as people were treating this creature's corpse and retrieving the hide, um, there were a few small accidents involved in um, piercing the skin with a knife and receiving a significant shock. It's discovered that the creature's blubber is in fact has the ability to retain quite a lot of uh, that lightning that it seemed to enjoy so much.
Nice.
Um,
I already have an idea. Go on, though. Thank you.
Yeah,
Well,
we can make little batteries,
Soriana
Yeah.
has
power
Also-
bags.
also an idea.
So yeah, no, that's at the yeah.
I personally would like to know if there's some way we could convert it into a permanent installation into weapons, like a small chamber of it that would go inside a dagger or a sword in like a inner groove sort of thing, where I could charge them all with electricity with a big lightning bolt, and then the next time, or the next few times that they're used in combat, they'll deliver a shock to what it strikes.
well, what you find is that it does retain decently, but it also is expended right when released.
Okay,
It is
so it's a
also
one shock.
right. It is also highly flammable, as fat tends to be. Um, so
So I was gonna ask, does its sinew or tendons retain any sort of resistance to fire or electricity?
uh, not as far as you can see. Pretty the rest of the creature's uh body is aside from being unusual, fairly mundane.
So no fancy acid bile or anything.
It doesn't seem like it, no.
Bones aren't particularly resilient or exceptional.
Considering this thing is most like a frog, the bones are uh on the flimsier side.
Hmm. Are they at least tough and light that they could be used in some other sort of way, like helping build a
Oh yeah,
wagon?
I mean you can always harvest stuff like teeth and bones, and uh sinew that is not otherwise valuable for special applications to, make simple tools and stuff like that. Or um there are applications for these that uh perhaps are useful in certain areas of the commission that aren't necessarily super useful for you guys as, like gear.
Yeah.
Um but um
Yeah, using this blubber then, I'm specifically looking for long-term rechargeable sort of things.
Yeah, the only so going on what you were saying, Nimbus, I already had the idea. It would be easier for a whip than any other kind of weapon. Like just right now, immediately, what I can think of. Like I'm sure there's probably other things that we can do in order to charge up our weapons. But for a whip, you already kind of have to treat that in like goopy leather and oil stuff. So like all I want is like maybe a jar or something of this, and then I need to figure out how to like treat my whip with it. You can shock my whip or something, and then we got like extra damage on a sneak attack. Glass cannon, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Charging the whip is easy. That's all I'm saying. I would like to learn how to like charge a rapier or something like that. That would just make it hella more efficient. Make some kind of battery.
Yeah, for my sake, it's partially the internal chamber, so that way it doesn't, ignite and burst because it doesn't quite have that exposure to air. So, it makes it a lot harder for it to combust because one of the components it needs isn't there. And then the other would be so that way it can, stay in the metal part of the weapon, so you can still be holding it by a grip that's covered in wood or leather or whatever other materials, or just wear a glove of some sort of insulative material. Even leather would probably be just fine for that. Um, that way you don't get shocked in the process. I guess Smitty would be the one to come up with the design for it.
Yeah, you'd be looking at in order to keep your weapons reasonably usable, you'd be looking at a pretty small uh crevice to put this in and seal it into. And then I suppose if you had, say, um a hollow bladed sword that was filled with this stuff, um, then it might be possible to electrify the sword for very short periods of time.
Neat. Um, hmm.
I would assume then, like with a whip, you just oil it up, get it into the weave, and then shock it. It's ready to go until it needs to be oiled up again.
Now, here's another thought. Could it be something used to store and kind of safely diffuse a blast of lightning, like make an amulet or a harness or something out of it. So when somebody gets hit with lightning while they're wearing it, it absorbs it and then it just dissipates and, kind of safely goes away. Or it just stays in the device and can be released in some other way. Maybe that's how you charge it, your weapon.
You might be able to make some kind of like keg of the stuff, right? That can be deployed and then receives the impact. Um and then uh could be
Like a boffer tip at the end of a spear.
even something like at large scale, right? Because uh, if you do something like replace the tip of a spear or the boss of a shield with this thing and you take a lightning bolt, um you're not going to repel that much of it, right? Most of that is still coming at you. Um just in terms of, volume to energy. Um if you had a barrel of the stuff, you could probably retain a full lightning bolt.
Are you talking like a small barrel that might contain beer and someone might have like hanging off their backpack, or are you talking about like a barrel HQ size, like a full
We'll call it like a 2-foot keg.
okay.
Like that's about the scale you need to think of if you're thinking like do a whole lightning bolt, like a full whatever the spell is, like 8d6 or whatever.
Yeah, or a lightning breath or something's coming in.
Right, yeah, yeah, dragon breath, same.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure that's necessarily something we need to bring every time, but that is definitely something that we could use when we know we're going to have to deal with that sort of thing. So it sounds like there's ways that we can make both offensive and defensive tools using this blubber here. Now, I guess the other thing that I'm thinking, maybe it would be a good conduit to, you remember the small batteries we were using for the unicorn spear?
Yes, those are the same batteries that are used to power all of the obelisks. Normally, they are charged in places of high power, but that's usually done back in the Empire where those are, safe. Um, and the Commission hasn't really found too many places out here. In fact, Grandmother's Grove is probably the only place where uh, that sort of power siphoning is possible. Um, and so normally each battery lasts a few weeks, and then the commission obviously has a huge stockpile of them that they keep trading out. Um, Relatively speaking, these things are cheap and easy to mass produce. Um, and they just the stock just gets traded back and forth between the empire and the commission as needed. um but if there was a way to charge them here, it would not be a game changer, but it would be very, very convenient and definitely worth doing.
So that would be another project to see if there's a way to use the blubber for that we can just manually zap it and have that charge some batteries. But then I guess the other thing I was thinking about with it was the inverse of being able to carry the batteries on one's person and touch the modified Zappy's version of a sword or whatever weapon to it to charge it real fast. Like something that wouldn't take a full action, perhaps a bonus action to then swing with in the next turn or two, I guess.
Lion?
Lithium ion.
Oh, yeah. Um,
Yeah, thank God it didn't like start on fire when somebody first punched a hole in it,
yeah, no, I mean,
like a lion.
Right. Does it burn like a Tesla, you know?
Exactly. Blowing up like a Samsung Note.
so I suppose what we'll have to do is make a choice here because there are a few options. I will tell you that you can harvest enough of this stuff from this creature to fill two of those kegs that I described. So if you want to put them in kegs, you got two of those. If you want to split that up into something else, um, you may be able to get several jars of oil or several weapons worth of um, application here. Um, the idea to have a uh, exclusive personal battery is also somewhat viable. Um, although the batteries aren't necessarily being handed out like candy, but they might be able to spare one for the team.
Is my shocky whip idea suicidal?
I don't think so. Turning the stuff into an oil that can be applied, applied and then expires, akin to a weapon poison, um, is certainly viable. The only thing that you'd need to do when you did apply such a thing would be to charge it.
Yeah, I'm thinking this might be a 1-2 punch I can use with the support of my wizard if he feels okay with that. Or anybody else later on in the future I might come in contact if I don't expend all of this by the time we retire from this job.
I suppose the one thing that would keep me from it is I would need to give up something very useful in order to be able to cast a lightning bolt as a cantrip. So
I was going to ask, yeah, do you have like a cantrip for shocking grasp or something?
no, I think I've just got one to attack and the rest is utility, so it's probably going to stay that way.
I wouldn't want to ruin a utility wizard.
Yeah. So, I mean, it would depend on how charged I can charge something. Like, is it gonna... It's not gonna hold a full 8d6.
No, more likely what will happen is this oil will um, give you the ability to uh, switch your damage to lightning damage of your weapon, uh, but more or less at will after application for a short time, as long as you can charge it. So basically, instead of doing the what does the whip do? Slashing damage. You would instead be dealing lightning damage to whatever target you're dealing with, which of course would count as magical damage, um, for the purposes of overcoming resistances.
Right.
Or for the idea of having them having the stuff maybe stabilized and put inside of weapons, um would it be expended on use, or is it the sort of thing where it'd hang around inside the weapon indefinitely? And it'd just kind of be like an internal capacitor, basically.
I think it would make more sense to turn it into an applied um, oil because when it comes down to it, you'd be like injecting your sword blade with a chunk of fat and grease. And I don't know enough about blacksmithery to know what that's gonna do to a sword, but it doesn't really sound healthy.
Yeah, I getcha.
Um,
So application that can be done.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like having a blade that catches fire, but yeah, it makes more sense to me if you have something you can like dip it in,
Hmm.
or like wipe it over, and then give it a little zap to charge it, spark it up.
Okay. Well, for the things that I'd want to be using it for, I would want to have Sariana experiment and see if she can find some way to make like a stabilized gel form or whatever that doesn't act like necessarily a fat anymore, but still retains the lightning um, absorption and dispersion properties.
She's happy to take it and experiment with it and try to produce something that can be used for your weapons.
Cool.
Give her a week or two, and she may have something valuable for you.
Sounds good. That's what I would want to do with it. Is there anything else anyone else would want to have it portioned off for?
No, I think that stuff's sketchy.
But Ambergreen, imagine having it on your Warhammer so that you can slam
Yeah.
things with lightning.
Yep, I thought about it for a good second.
The
Um,
the other reason why for more of a stabilized version if possible is if it can be used to power the apparatus of Keen whenever that gets up and running. It could
that
be,
is if the existing focus doesn't work out.
yeah, or it could be something where they work in conjunction. Like maybe it's contained in the gel goo stuff, and that's where it filters the energy through or something. I don't know.
It's got like a NOS tank, you know.
Yeah. Well, whatever it is,
Or
we'll that's more experimentation. That's a new material we have to do things with. So I think, yeah, just having Soriana learn what she can do with it is
yes,
probably our first best solution.
a limited amount, but there is plenty to work with and use in the future. Um, Now then, up next, while she gets to her usual dirty work, figuring out all that stuff, um, and buries herself quite literally in her lab. Um, the next few things that happen are kind of up to you guys, but what I can tell you is that obviously some time passes during the redshift. Um, when the redshift finally does end, uh, it'll be the 27th of Giannis. So it was a slightly long redshift for you. Um, stuck in Chose. Um, although it's fairly comfortable here. Um, all things considered, the buildings, thanks to the dryness, are in fairly good condition, and the commission has been able to do some decent repair work on them. Um,
Well,
there
and there's
is
enough of
a
them that most everybody has some personal space, right?
Yeah, for once.
For
Yeah.
once, they actually could like have their own little house or something.
Yeah, it's definitely still, dorm style. Everybody's got a roommate still, but there is absolutely room for the several dozen people living here to have a little bit more space than usual. Um, and especially during waking hours, it's a lot easier for people to get out and just kind of chill in the streets and stuff. Um, because they're wide roads. They're still paved, um, especially after cleaning the northeastern half of a bunch of the sand that had piled up over the ages. Um, and there are two massive thriving gardens on either side of the city. Um, so plenty of shade, and even small critters have decided to uh, try moving back in.
Has there been much reported in terms of discoveries where on the northeast part of town that was under sand?
Uh, most interesting things were were uncovered. Um, but let's see. You found the statue. Yes. Um, who is Diogen Taver?
Like Diogenes, the guy who lived in a barrel.
Okay. Okay. I thought that was what you meant, but I was checking. I didn't know if you pulled a twin or imaginary friend out of somewhere, or a Feywild
No,
counterpart.
no. I was just saying, I live in a barrel, and I don't know if you'd want a roommate with Diogenes Taver.
Is it like it's like a barrel like in a room though, right? Like
No, I found a
Yeah,
really,
that's
really
a
shady spot with like one of these trees. Like you've made these trees look really cool. I probably found like a huge root system or something and just plopped the keg right there in the root system after a little digging.
that
Then on the curtain, everything's
that does make you a target for um for the children, right?
the children.
Yeah, like
They
Copper
are
and Macau
children.
see a strange barrel in their zone, and they're gonna like throw pebbles at it because it makes a cool tonk now noise.
And they're children. That's what kids do.
Kids also can be educated. I'm okay with this.
Gather round.
So is this a form of education where he pops out of the barrel, or
Probably holding a plucked chicken.
With a bright red nose?
I mean, fire is very bright and red. Behold, a torch. Is it alive?
that is a bad idea?
It's a bad idea. I mean, my barrel might light on fire.
Yeah.
You can light a torch near the children if you want to. I want you to tell me if you want to do that.
No
I mean, the children are made of wood.
bad idea. So you ruined any opportunity of me actually doing it.
I'm not telling you that you can't. I'm just
But
giving you the appropriate context.
yeah. I mean,
They're gonna run away in shock regardless of how you pop out of the barrel.
And then they'll
But
giggle, and then they'll sneak back to take another look.
there's one world line here where that involves tattling to your superior, and several where it doesn't.
But I could just be making a fire in front of my house, demonstrating my ability to work wood.
Which they're made of.
It's not a threat.
I've built my home out of bones of people like you.
I'm just creating a
Right?
fire pit so I can have a good barbecue.
There is a kitchen in this space.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the same soul as a good, like, roast. This is why Americans barbecue. We all
There's
have
grill.
kitchens. I mean, grill. Yes, exactly. That's what I mean. I'm not a grill enthusiast, as you can see. I just pulled that argument, you know. This is what I'm assuming I'm having to explain to the brigadier. You know, when I'm being told on for lighting a fire.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, at this point, it's done. So
It's just a small fire pit, and they
no, yeah,
at me.
yes, I can see that. Maybe
The houses are all made of adobe.
yes, but you are in the garden, which is made of brush and dry plants that thrive in a desert.
Yeah, no, that's why I built the pit. 3 hands are better than 4. I can get in there.
What?
3 hands are better than 4. See, I just,
I
I,
don't know if the math checks out there.
no, it is. Yeah, the extra hand just gets in the way. Like too many cooks.
Ah, I see. I see.
Listen, you were stressing out the children, and
They were, yeah.
you can, if you want to teach them. I think it might be healthy for them to learn how fire works, and if you want to teach them, that's fine. Um, but
I was teaching them more than
like
fireworks. This was a
move
nuanced lesson.
move like 50 feet closer to the road, so you're not in the middle of the garden.
Ah, ah. You know what?
You,
I can absolutely do. I can do that.
you can build a fire pit on the edge here, and this is for educational purposes,
Oh yeah,
for our guests.
it absolutely was. There was more than just this is how fireworks going on here, though. I just want to say that.
Okay, they can't eat barbecue, to my understanding.
Sure. Okay.
So that's just a piece of advice if you were planning on being nice and sharing.
What do they eat?
Can you tell them to stop throwing rocks at my house, please?
You too. Please don't harass this one. He will play pranks on you if you harass him. And yeah, we're just gonna leave it at that. Um. Anyway, they mostly seem to photosynthesize.
Can they teach me how to do that?
Unlikely. But if you ask nicely, they might be willing to try. You've also noticed that they'll often, you know, dig their feet into soft dirt, um, and just sit for a few hours. And obviously, they do. They don't have mouths, but they do sort of have, you know, kind of like the openings on a heavy armored visor, uh like several sort of slits, that serve as breathing apparatus. Um, and they do take water that way. But they don't seem to be biologically wired for food in the traditional way.
That kind of makes sense since they don't have a mouth.
Right, yeah. Um, that's what Elvis Taver's doing all week, I suppose. Um,
What?
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 I mean, I'm assuming you're spending a bunch of your time playing with these children.
Uh, yeah, I suppose I'm learning stuff about them. I guess setting up my house.
I mean, they are very passive creatures, right? Like there's a lot of sitting around, not doing much.
Well, of
Um,
course, all kinds of field work is mostly passive like this.
yeah. But even more so for them, uh, they will climb up a tree and just sit on a branch in the sun for 5 hours. Um,
Can I mess with their routines after a long enough time of watching them, like one could mess with the routine of an Asperger teacher that they've watched a long time?
uh, like how do you want to interrupt their routines?
Well, like for instance, if I notice that they like do a certain thing, if they notice something is like overturned or not right before they do something, like maybe I'll make them do it again, or maybe I'll change it completely to see what happens in that sort of wild.
Most of the stuff that they actually actively do is again, they don't really talk, but you almost get the sense that they are speaking to the gardens that they tend,
Yeah,
and they may pick up a wilted plant and just kind of kneel down to it, and a few moments later it will become reinvigorated. um or
so
they may see a patch of dirt that is lacking overgrowth and just kind of take it upon themselves to
yeah,
regrow.
yeah. So if I see that, right, then I'll definitely take whole flower beds and replant them in other places.
Macau, the slightly smaller brown one, sees you doing this at one point and comes up to you and uh signs Y, which you've been in proximity enough that I'll assume Elvis Taver has picked up the ability to interpret simple words like that.
Damn it! I was hoping that would be much larger of a number, and I was gonna say, does Macau see me?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh, Anytime this happens, I stop what I'm doing and I run away.
How many times do you do it?
As many times as I find it interesting.
Because probably after the second or third one, they're going to tell the brigadier that you are doing things and running away from them afterward.
That's kind of funny. And I mean, it's an excuse to get the brigadier to talk to me.
She comes
I
with both of them in tow
Oh
one
god,
afternoon,
you brought her.
and this is Gruntassel. Why are these children telling me that you are tearing up their gardens? What
I'm
what are
not
you
scared.
doing?
I'm not tearing up their gardens. I'm replanting the flower beds.
Okay. You can explain to me why you're doing this.
Uh, I can explain to you why I'm doing this, but whether I want to or not has not been addressed.
Explain to me why you're doing this.
Fun? Experimentation.
Okay.
I wanted to see what they would do. Apparently, they told on me.
You lose 100 points of rep with the Brigadier faction.
Gruntassel, these are children. They're not monsters. They're not animals.
I know they're not. I play tricks on all of us.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe this is perhaps a unexpected situation because we don't have very many children out here because we shouldn't. But that aside,
I mean, that one obviously likes me. It kept my stick. I didn't realize that I was upsetting them.
Capo, did you take a gift from him? Capo says, sort of. He gave it to me, and I kept it. She says,
Working on it.
these creatures are these creatures are 1 and 2 years old, and
Think of how clever they're going to be.
I hope very, which is why
They're going to be
we need
stealing
to
cattle by 3.
care for them as guests. They're not. They didn't really sign up to be part of the commission like you did. I can. You can go and play pranks on Kuromizawa all you want. I don't frankly care.
Oh, why'd you got to single out Kuromizawa? Poor dude.
He's fun to prank.
I mean, he absolutely is fun to prank, and I wouldn't have ever, done anything rash or brash.
Because he's probably the best one at getting you back. But that aside, um, consider the fact that we a few years ago made friends with a ancient dryad who decided to do everything in her power to help us.
Yes.
And then, as part of that arrangement, we brought her the seeds that became these children, and she raised them like their mother.
Yes.
And then we asked her if she would send her baby children to us to the front line of this thing and do what they do. It is our job to take care of them.
Of course.
Okay. We're on the same page there. That means, though, that we need to care for them as, I would say, guests. And
Yeah.
we need to help them grow into good people.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see what's wrong here. Eventually they'll learn from this whole thing that's going on here, right? As I keep on going at it too, and then like I said, by the age of 4 or 3, they're going to be stealing other people's cattle, and it's going to be hilarious.
No, don't tell them that it is okay to steal things from people, because that's not.
Well, I mean, sometimes it is, isn't it?
No?
I mean, somebody's laid
Sorry.
claim to the land that's here.
Yes, sometimes. Uh, that's a good point. She turns to the children and she says, I think what you both should take from this is that
I love you very much.
this person right here is uh volatile
What?
and strange.
I mean, yes.
Um,
Volatile.
Sometimes people will come and play tricks on you that may be relatively harmless, or may perhaps by accident be somewhat harmful, and you should do your best to.
Get them back.
No.
Yeah, in an equally playful way. That's exactly what I want to happen.
Friendly pranks are okay, but let's see. We will discuss where the line is located. You were you were making this a lot harder than it has to be.
I'm sorry, Brigadier.
Just don't torment them. Let
I really wasn't intending on tormenting them.
Okay.
No, I mean, like, seriously, I wasn't. I was not intending on tormenting them. That's why I replanted. I didn't mean to. They think I'm tearing up their garden.
No, really, they were just confused about what you were doing and why you wouldn't answer them. It seemed
Nefarious.
nefarious, yes.
Well, that's exactly how it should have been. Dastardly and nefarious. Planting your gardens in other places. What will I think of next?
Okay, again, they're children, they're not experiments for you to run tests on. Um,
I mean,
so
what? Huh?
you said you were testing them to see what they would do.
Well, yeah, just like you would test any other child.
Most children aren't tested.
What are you
Is this
talking about?
is this
Public school
news?
is a thing.
This is news. Take it in. Most children are not tested, especially not 1 and 2-year-olds.
God, no wonder their trade system is so wanting in the Empire.
There may
We need
be
to open
other
up
ways
the
to look at that,
public
Alice.
school system. Is this why everybody is complaining about the taxes?
No, it's irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant? Children should be tested, just like I was. How do you think I learned Giant?
I presume that the reason you test children and that you think it's appropriate is because you yourself were tested. You just confirmed this.
But of course.
However, most children of 1 and 2 years old of age are not tested. They get a little education under their belt, they have some schooling, then they are tested. But we're talking then about age 5, 6, 7. So it's a long ways down the road for people, beings as young as these kids.
I mean, I don't want to sound like one of those long-lived species, but that doesn't sound really rational for a species that only lives to be about 60.
Well, it has to do with how maturity works and how the brain develops and the bodies develop and everything. And we can't judge it on appearance. We have to judge it based on what we can actually know and learn and find out.
And based on their reactions of telling on me, it obviously seems that they're more sentient than most 2-year-olds that I would know. Clearly capable of being tested and learning from it.
Well, yeah, they're definitely not infant level in
No, but
capacity.
your average toddler, which is effectively what these are, would run to mama or
Okay.
daddy as soon as they run into something that is either painful or confusing.
This is absolutely.
So they did.
This absolutely makes sense. Yeah. This is not a failure in the test. This is a test result. I have learned.
Cool.
So next time you want to learn from the children, perhaps consider asking them, having a conversation.
That would put them out of their environment.
No, that they are capable of speech.
Yeah, absolutely. But you don't immediately just talk to the blacksmith if you want to learn from the blacksmith. You watch the blacksmith at work. And then you poke and prod the blacksmith, as a small mechanical fly would in order to see how exactly they react to that. That's how great artifacts were made.
Well, that's how maybe you would do it, but not everybody does it that way.
I hear.
This has been an enlightening conversation.
I mean, I don't feel like it was malicious.
I do truly believe you when you say that you were not being malicious. I think that uh, you perhaps have some very deep-seated issues that perhaps need to be dealt with, and that is not
Wow.
my job or profession.
What do you mean, though? I mean, I issues.
Normally, you don't find out things about a person by annoying them until you generate a response.
Well, see, you go back to the annoying thing. That there is no malicious intent. I didn't mean to annoy. I meant to create a stimulus to which they react to.
Yeah, that's annoying them.
Uh-huh.
What doesn't have to annoy them?
Another word is teasing.
Annoy, tease,
I mean,
aggravate.
are you ignoring the flask when you try to boil the liquid inside of it?
Yes, I've read a book or two where the author described it as such.
Yeah, definitely harassing it.
Interesting.
uh,
But I mean, I also don't see why I'm getting the talking to. They started it. They threw rocks at my thing. That's antagonistic.
But
That's not
you're the
more.
adult here, not them. They're
Oh,
children. So the
technically,
adult has to
you
be the big
read,
one,
if you
always.
read on my species, I'm actually not even a young adult.
did you throw rocks at him? Kabua says, "We threw rocks at a barrel. He was inside it."
They threw rocks at our house?
Gruntassel, are you angry that they threw rocks at your barrel?
No, it's just the thing that started the prank to happen. This is how I play with people. I don't understand why you guys are angry. I've pulled like half a dozen tricks around you, and like some have gone really well, others you didn't even know I did. Still don't. Maybe. Maybe you're just the kind of person who just doesn't care unless it causes like trouble. I wouldn't put that off. I'm not terribly too clever. He thinks for a second. But no, this wasn't about anger or spite. This was about, interacting with the children who were obviously, in need of more interaction. They were throwing rocks at my barrel.
Perhaps they were bored.
Exactly. So why not create an interesting scenario in which to test them with? And this is actually interesting. I did not know that they would go and tell on me. I thought maybe they would have taken all the plants that I replanted somewhere and maybe try to put them back or plant them on my doorstep or something like that. But I mean, I understand that's more like something I would do.
If you want to entertain them, I can go get you a chess set or something.
It's less about being entertained and more like wanting equal and opposite interaction, like you threw a rock at my thing, I replant some of your gardens, you leave wet stuff at my doorstep that I step into, it soaks in my socks, I leave worms in your compost. I want reciprocity. Yeah, thank you, Amber Green. I think that's the word I want. Maybe I need to look it up. Those bards are tricksy. They can put words in your mouth.
But is that
I'm
reciprocity
beginning to
your
understand.
version of a conversation? I mean, there are people I haven't heard of this before, that there are people for whom their entire relationship is arguing, and there are others where their entire relationship is casting jokes upon each other.
Okay, yeah, there we go. I feel
Is
better
this is this how it works for you?
thank you. I feel better when you say casting jokes because, like, I don't feel like arguing is my is my reason to be social and entertain. No. It's playing jokes. It's stuff like that. It's one of the reasons. It's one of the ways I entertain. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So is this a way that you were hoping to start a conversation with the children?
Maybe in some long drawn out way. We don't actually ever have to talk. It could just be our means of interaction.
Tabber, can you roll perception?
Yeah.
Okay. These children are very quiet, which is something you all know. So you didn't notice that Macau is no longer standing behind the brigadier. They have gone somewhere else. They have collected a handful of wet mud, and by approaching from behind, they have delivered the mud upon and down the back of your shirt.
There you go.
Just in time for me to see that in my hand mirror, too. Too late to do anything.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. You know what?
There's a push, but it's not like enough to make you do any more than stumble either. But there is a lot of mud. It's also cold.
So does this make you laugh?
Yes.
and cheer at the children so that you're communicating that it's a good joke and you appreciate it?
This was a good joke. Yeah, because they're
Okay.
really quiet.
So
That's
please,
funny.
please do communicate that to the children so that the children can understand this is the relationship you're building.
I'm laughing right now and dusting myself off. And then casting hideous laughter on the Brigadier.
Oh, I'm rolling that saving throw.
You know, I know this joke about tiny tarts and a feather.
What's the save again? Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saying.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
What's the value?
Oh yeah, wisdom. Okay.
Where do I find that again?
Target has advantage on the saving throw if it is triggered by damage.
It's your spell DC.
Yeah. So it would be +2. Where's my spell DC? It's like literally on my page. What the fuck? I'm a dumbass. Where is this?
It's the one that says save DC.
Oh, it doesn't
right above
matter.
your spells.
There you go.
Oh yeah, totally.
I caught her off guard. I was getting up, dusting myself off after being muddied. Perhaps the combination of the two. It was a good time.
Never mind.
Holy. So did she
Save.
I need
Saved by the save.
I need to roll perception. Did I see any kind of break in her
Right?
face?
Did you get a chuckle? Yeah.
No, rock solid.
There was a barely perceptible twitch.
All right. So everybody learns. You want to relate to Alvistaver? Play jokes. Practical jokes.
I hear it's in my culture, though I haven't really met another gnome.
It's just good to know. It's good for all of us to know. And it's good for you to work out with anybody that has direct issue with you.
Isn't Smitty?
Everybody learns. It's good.
He is.
He doesn't really play up at that, though. It doesn't seem.
He's more of a practical gnome.
Yeah, I seem to be lacking a real gnome sort of role model in my life.
That's true. There aren't too many others around here. But gnomes are fairly uncommon the world over. Like
And they are somewhat known for being mischievous.
There's always a gnome somewhere, but there's usually not a lot of gnomes somewhere. That's kind of the prevailing wisdom.
I just feel like most people misunderstand me. I'm not mean.
Brigadier says, if you try enchantment on me again, I will have Van petrify you.
I salute.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
This was only for the practical joke. It was not meant to offend. I'm sorry.
It seems like you've reached a understanding. So just take care of the kids properly, like I said, and watch out with the fire.
So something that I would have put in the order for as soon as we got word that everything was being bankrolled by the Empire, I probably would have immediately put in a request for all of the ritual-based wizard spells as well as the components to use them.
That is going to be a pretty hard ask. But because scrolls are not commonly produced in most places. But if you need components, you can get pretty much any component. Obviously, something like Hero's Feast, you're not going to be able to easily grab a 1,000 gold bowl. But if you need like a few gold worth of like small gemstones or some silver bits or something like that, that's in the realm of possibility. What specifically were you after?
Alarm, Unseen Servant, Augury, Magic Mouth, Skywrite, Feign Death, Water Breathing. Divination's level 4, so I could see that maybe being a little too pricey. And the Honeycomb and Jade Dust is 10 gold apiece, and the Fancy Incense are 25 gold apiece.
Got it. Let's see.
Hell, I can do Skywrite. I just have to prepare the spell.
Well, that's exactly the thing, is having all of these as rituals means each one can be cast freely.
Without burning us, yeah, without burning a slot.
Just
Yeah,
needing the
just so
materials.
expensive.
The other nice thing is once somebody has them, it's going to be easier for everyone else to copy them into their own spell books.
Yeah, I imagine the underwater breathing and water walking would both be pretty have good value for selling in a scroll. I mean, just because I can do them at will is super handy for our group, but for the average person out there, I imagine those would be handy scrolls to have.
Well,
And
scrolls are only usable by people who are capable of casting the spell in the first place.
right, but I could actually help make those, and those will generate money.
Oh yes, but we don't need money anymore. So
Okay.
if you want
Well,
to,
no, that's the
Keep
thing.
reminding
Is
me of that.
you said we don't need money anymore, and then in the same, while we're still parsing out, well, how much of this stuff that I've requested will I actually be able to get? Because, money is a thing still.
money is a thing still. Yes. So the thing about spell scrolls is there isn't really a market for magic items. So you might be able to dig up one or two of these with a little bit of um, long distance effort. But a request for a big pile of scrolls is not something that's going to go through. Um,
Even if it's just the materials and everybody who collectively has these different spells in the camp, I can convince them to make a copy for me. Because once it's in scroll form, it doesn't matter who wrote the scroll. Just so long as I can read the language, it's a scroll water breathing is a scroll water breathing. Doesn't matter who made it.
right. I believe we agreed at the start of the campaign that for a lot of, for example, some of the spells that Dex knows, him giving you some tutelage would take the form of representing like some of the spells that you get every 2 on level up. But it is viable for you to find more out and about, even if they're uncommon.
Gotcha. Well, that's what I'm saying. Those the ones that people actually know within the expedition to be able to try to request them to make it. Since instead of trying to go out on a market and find them, it's just whether I can convince somebody who may have the time during a downtime to do it.
Think. Let me double check what we've got.
And some of them, if it's something that somebody's able to access, like a cleric or a druid, just because they have access to all the skills or all the spells and they just need to prepare the ones they need for this stuff, then a lot of those would probably be fairly available. Just maybe a few weeks of time before I'd be able to actually get it done.
Right. So even though for the most part, again, this is gonna be represented in the spells that you learn on leveling up as stuff that you've been practicing and learning this way. Dex does have alarm. Um, so if that's one that you want, um, he can probably at this point pretty easily get that to you. Um, and then again, the rest are going to be represented as part of the normal training that you're doing over time, and not just something that you're getting a bunch of free scrolls from other wizards from.
Right. Well, it doesn't have to be free scrolls. I can always go back to, making and selling the scrolls again.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were asking for this for. Sorry, bad
Oh,
grammar, but
sure.
that's
I
why
mean,
that's why I thought you were asking.
No,
at this
I
point,
was,
that is basically free though.
yeah, I would definitely be continuing that then, knowing that's the case.
And I'll help you out with the water breathing and water walking, as long as I have a free spell slot for each of those.
Cool.
Do you have proficiency in Arcana, Naya? That is
Oh no,
required
I
for
don't.
those
Uh,
spells.
oh, okay. I thought I did
No,
proficiency in Arcana. No.
no.
I thought I did this before in helping Nimbus make scrolls.
If you did and you don't have Arcana, that means I forgot.
Oh shit. Okay, sorry.
No
No,
worries.
I have 0 in Arcana. Sorry.
Um,
But it was like I was provided. It's like this was a long time ago. It was over a year ago, and it's like I was provided a scroll to please put this spell on. So I did, gave it back to him, and then we split the money or divided it up or threw it back into the kitty for
that's right.
the.
I remember.
But it only happened like once or twice, and so that condition, if it was wrong, whoops.
Yeah,
If it
yeah.
wasn't,
It's not a big deal.
okay. Okay, so if that was wrong, then forget everything I just said.
No problem. Let's see.
Wow. My old style giant TV did something weird.
Okay, moving on to um the planning phase, I suppose. Um, it is the end of the redshift. Uh, again, this is a good 12 days after you guys got back. Um, and there have been some mutterings about what the commission is going to be doing next. Obviously, there have been a lot of preparations to sort of send people venturing out a little bit further and further into the desert. This is pretty difficult to do overall, just because of the barren sandiness of it, the need for um, supplies and water, difficulty getting mounts and such out there and back. Obviously, it's nigh impossible to get an ordinary wagon uh, going at any reasonable speed. Um, yeah, if you reported back on the strange mystery house, that's definitely a subject of interest. Um, and what you've heard from
Right here in the neck.
um, the chat around town lately has been obviously there's going to be a couple of recon teams going out into the desert and kind of up into the northern foothills where you guys haven't gone yet to maybe look around there, see if they find anything cool. Yeah, Naya, what was it that you had a question about?
You said something about wagons.
Yes.
Toboggans.
Now, as I understand from things that have been said previous to this session, the roads are still there, and once they cleared the sand off of them, the roads were visible.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I remember that.
So,
That consists of about um a half mile or so of land. When I say the wagons don't work very well out going exploring, I mean out a couple days into the desert.
okay, so the road that was uncovered in and around Chose, did it end or is it still covered up?
Yeah. So the what you can kind of figure from this is, and this may be a rather difficult task, but potentially worthwhile. There are roadways that sort of that like the main road does seem to leave Chose. Nobody has excavated it as far as it goes yet, but the sand does pile up several feet uh like up the city wall. So when you walk out of the city, you're kind of climbing up this sort of harsh slope and then getting into the desert. Um, Almost as though the city had been sunk down into the ground a little bit over time. Um, but
Well, it didn't, but
really,
the sand piled up around it,
it's yeah,
so.
it's really just buried in sand.
Okay,
So
so have conversations been happening about how to work on that to open up the Northeast Passage, as it were?
it might be possible. I mean, nobody really. Well, actually, you do have somebody who knows. You can ask Arisa about whether there was a road.
Well, I remember she said there was. It went all the way from the tower at Vess to Chose. So there is a road under all that sand. Apparently, we just haven't found it yet.
So then, yeah, it would be something that you would need to excavate pretty thoroughly. Um, but it might be worth doing.
I'm just
I
looking
mean,
at, has that conversation happened yet about, having a team or a couple of teams out there, and that's what they're doing?
yeah,
Because I
I
think you
mean,
could take some dirt, some sand, and some water and be uh, building a road wall, kind of. As you excavate sand, turn it into a wall along the side of the road so
yeah,
that,
you
you know what I mean? So that you're kind of keeping that spot clear.
Like a sand levee.
Yeah, like a
and
sand levee or sandbags.
obviously, like you guys and Dex and Van can help out around here, but when it comes to like getting out days and days into the desert away from home base, that's definitely going to be a task for um, the expeditionists as a whole. And that is going to be some seriously backbreaking labor, but it might be something that perhaps has to happen. Um,
Well, I'm just looking at if we can get a team out there, a team of, basic laborers, and yes, that part is backbreaking and they should
yeah,
swap that out, so that they're not
yeah. I
doing
mean, you've
too
always got
much.
people digging and excavating and building stuff
Okay.
around here, right?
And
It's
so as
constant.
long as during this 12 days of Redshift, that conversation has been happening and a
Yeah.
plan set in motion. If not, that's what Naya's been working on.
Okay. Um.
There are
Yeah.
ways to make it happen, and there are ways to make sure that we have a wagon or two, even if we have to make them at Chose, and then haul them out and haul them back in.
Yeah. And if Aris is part of the conversation, she'd say, I wish I had a map to give you of these roads, but I don't. All I have is my own knowledge and memories to go off of, which tend to be reliable for the most part.
Did I get a map?
You did, but it didn't have the roads
Sad.
strictly labeled on it, right?
Right. And this is what Naya will have been working on for the 12 days of the Redshift then. She'll be like harping on this, jumping on it, coming up with ideas, soliciting ideas from other people, and, trying to poke at it to get things moving.
Um,
She'll be out there shoveling sand with the rest of them. I mean, as much as you can do in that 12 days, not straying from the sphere of influence of the obelisk.
Yeah, and there's definitely a couple of people around who have mold earth, but most of the people who have that would be off doing important stuff in between red shifts rather than doing that. So that, again, that's the kind of thing that like a couple days while you're all waiting for the red shift to drop on you, you can get maybe a mile or two out um from the fort, but after that it is going to be pretty much mundane labor.
I
But
just want I want a plan in place before
yeah,
the redshift lifts and
the
we end up heading south or whatever, and I want to make sure it just continues.
the only thing the brigadier has to append to this plan is she raises perhaps we should have an actual destination in mind before or early in this process, so we're not digging a road out into somewhere we're not going to end up going in the long term anyway.
As long as it goes east, isn't that going to be a road we're interested in?
I suppose so. It would always make traveling easier, and we could always, as difficult as it might be, just build an outpost out in the desert.
Yeah, hopefully we don't have to do that, but at least for the moment, being able to extend the road eastward, or northeastward, seems like it would be useful ultimately.
Alsanes might make a good outpost location. I was thinking the same, Lauren. The old cities have been very viable so far, and if that place is the same, then
Well,
we may be able to do
right. Also, those
similar.
echoes of the past that we've been seeing sort of imply that we might find another one there.
Yes. Also, just FYI, it appears I do not have mold earth.
Oh, okay.
I probably have something kind of
That
similar,
one's a
but it's
cantrip, right?
definitely not that. It's not a cantrip for me. All this stuff is spells.
For my own reference.
I can do moonbeam, but I have to have it prepared.
Oh yeah. That's a cantrip. So yeah, you I think could if you get a new cantrip on level up at any point, you'd be able to pick it up. But if you don't have it now, then that is that. Um.
Okay.
Uh. But yeah, she says we can definitely assign uh a large team to start this, and uh that way, as long as we fortify it properly, we should be able to eventually get wagons going. It'll be a big project, but I suppose we have
I
nothing
think
going
it
on.
is a big project, and I think it's a longer term project. It's not going to be something we get done in 2 weeks, that's for sure. But if we can get a team or two out here and they know that they're in it for the longer term and that this is what they're going to be doing, then we can all help as we can.
If we get a few miles done per redshift, it'll be done before we know it, really. So,
Oh, a few miles, but that's really ambitious. I wouldn't even have thought that, because it will take the team of we got to clear it, and we don't have any kind of sandblaster or blower or anything like that. It's all manual labor.
Oh, we
Yeah,
have magic.
yeah, you could direct the or
I'm
suggest
trying to find something that'll work,
rather.
Lauren.
You could suggest to the children rather to create a row or a grove of trees around the better excavated roads, so
I
that
like it. I like it a lot. Great idea,
right,
Elvis.
we might be able to do something like that. This is a heavy brand of terraforming, but if the
But if we could get if we could get the children to plant and encourage the growth of a tree stand along maybe the far side of the road,
And
So
if
a
we get
windbreak.
like
if we
a
got a lot of rain this spring,
I'm
now's
hoping
the last lot of
that the
farm.
way that the weather changes will support this kind of effort.
I mean, we could also just run some kind of runoff from the uh, existing canals. We could make a smaller one as well in order to support this if the rains don't support it.
I was also going to say if one of us has some way to like create heat or a zone of heat or something, we could glass the kind of little levees that
That's kind of what I was thinking, but I didn't know how to do it. I was going through all my spells to see if I could think of a way to make it work as like turning the sand into glass.
Exactly.
Well,
I mean, you just have to get it really hot and it will fuse. It doesn't have to be pretty glass.
Right.
You most likely have tasks that will require more urgent attention than this. I think for the time being, we'll probably have to stick to shovels at least for most of it.
Okay, well, if we can figure out ways to alleviate the backbreaking labor of it
Yeah.
with magic, then we'll keep working on that. But I did want to make sure that we keep going because it's going to be, it seems like it would be important for the longer term of the campaign.
Suppose we should be looking for this All Saints location then. But my understanding is that's quite far away. So we may have to complete this road or find a faster way. Being able to fly would be convenient, but I don't think that's
What sort of
we
what
don't
sort of
exactly
desert
have a
dwelling
squadron of
creatures?
dragons.
What sort of desert dwelling creatures would we be able to get as mounts? I mean, we lucked out in the swamp with those long-legged lizardy things.
That's right.
Is there some sort of beast that's adept to dealing with deserts? Like I know camels are, a good choice for it. I just don't know perhaps if there's anything better.
I feel as if they cause too much drama.
You don't think camels are native to this continent, actually. But or found anywhere on it, that is to say. But yeah, something that well, in my experience, most of the things that travel long distance in packs, perhaps across deserts, are rather mean. Uh, we'll have to keep an eye out for something. I mean,
Yes, I would expect that there'd be a scout or two with every party that goes out into the desert.
yeah. What about that? What about that big salamander? You think we could have tamed that thing?
We'd have to have a way to communicate with it.
That seems big enough to pull a wagon.
Damn, none of us thought to speak with animals. That thing.
I
Ugh,
kind of took
and-
that it was a beast, not an animal, or a monster.
Fair enough. I'm just saying we
Monster,
didn't even
not a
try.
monster,
Right, but like our dragonkin salamander army, if we could get a couple of those salamanders, we know we can talk to them.
well, those are people. I don't know. If
They're
they'd be-
people. I don't know that they would be willing to be animals. So
Yeah.
Or beasts of burden.
I know I'm
So,
making fun, but I legitimately think that eschewing animals and trying to harness the wind and the sand itself is probably the best way to get across this desert, because like the conditions are going to
actually
change
have-
anytime the wind blows, you know?
I have wind spells, like wind wall, where I can make a wall of wind to push things out. But I don't actually have like earth things so much. I have wind
Right.
things.
I was saying though that if we literally did make like, you know, skiffs for the sand, if we had ways to push their sails with magical wind, we would basically
Right.
coast across the sand, right?
yeah.
I can dig it, for sure.
Oh, you have gust of wind too. It is only 1 minute of concentration, though. That's the problem with these sort of things.
Can I run it as a ritual though?
It doesn't look like it. Like this one.
Yeah, that's a second level spell too, right?
So, you get a few of those, but you wouldn't go very far. That's the big problem.
60 feet long and 10 feet wide.
Yeah, well, what's the wind like on the desert anyway? Like, I mean, IRL, you know, if you catch the right time of day, like when the weather's
You could
changing,
have a
you get
sand
thermals.
sail, holy
Yeah.
cow, and go
Yeah.
100 miles. But you got to catch it right, and that's very random.
Yeah, like it's all about going in the right direction, right?
And it's random because
Well,
those
yeah, I
things
mean
fill up
it's
out of.
sailing. You can tack against the wind. The trick is you have to have the wind, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you lose your prestidigitation?
So it doesn't give you the description, but
I wish
it
I did,
literally says
Alvastaver,
to
but
create
no.
an instantaneous, harmless sensory effect such as a shower of sparks, a puff of wind, faint musical notes, and yada yada.
I'm not
So,
sure
yeah.
that a puff is really going to do it, though.
Listen, if he puffs once every 6 seconds, you'll probably get a few feet every
Exactly, and Mittens also has prestidigitation. So if we just keep on puffing,
Oh, we
Best
could also
excuse I've heard in long ages since past.
we could also build a kite and have it pull us.
Or a sail, right?
Oh.
Make a land sail.
A kite is a very interesting idea. That seems even harder to control than a sail, though.
Well, it would
Right.
be. It's the same. It's the same principle. So,
Right,
and
I
you
was gonna
can't
say it's
control
basically the
wind.
same thing. It's just where it is.
You just got to be able to
Yeah.
turn it so you
But
can tack.
at altitude, wind is guaranteed. That's the trick.
That's true.
Right.
Right. So a kite will always be reliable, even if it is hard to manipulate.
But I think of a kite, I'm thinking of something that's 3 feet long and 2 feet wide.
I'm thinking of
versus a
something that's
sail.
like 50 feet wide.
Yeah.
For a kite, to me, that's a sail.
Well, no,
Yeah.
a sail is attached to the ship. A kite is not. That's the difference.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
A kite is
All right, I
is
can dig
attached
it.
by a line. Yeah.
Okay, I can dig that. Thank you for
and
defining.
if our bard, cleric, bard, has the priestly version of prestidigitation, then we have a 3 pumping engine.
Little fart.
Well, I was just thinking with a kite, you could have Naya do like gust of wind on it to get it going up in the air.
Right.
Oh, that's
Right.
a good idea.
First.
Or wind wall. That's 60 feet and 10 wide and just go.
I'm not sure if wind wall would move with a vehicle though, but I know
Well,
gust of
once
wind
you
comes
had-
out of you, right?
Right. I was gonna say once you had the kite up, it wouldn't actually matter.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. You just need to you get it up there first.
You have to get it up there. It has to
make.
make one continuous path along the ground.
Right. So like your gust of wind would be perfect for launching a kite. And because you wouldn't have to continuously cast it, you would really only have to spend one spell slot per trip, per travel
get
leg,
some
basically.
movement.
Right.
Yeah.
To whoosh it up into the sky.
Right. Okay.
As long as you don't drop it after that, as long as the kite doesn't lose the wind.
Right.
after
Like
that.
if I were DMing a campaign with a kite-driven sand skiff, I think one of the things that I would be rolling for would be weather events like slack wind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, absolutely. Sure.
Likewise, I'm no sailor, but if I remember correctly from what my grandfather taught me about catching wind in a sailboat, your wind wall could work if we could already be moving and like all we need to do is catch like a little bit of wind to launch us in a certain direction.
Right. To get her started. So there's
It could
gust of
maybe get us
wind,
started too. I don't know about that, but I could
and there's
definitely
wind
see it as
wall.
like a speed ramp.
So you can compare the two spells.
Yeah, gust of wind would be the cheaper way to do that. I do get what you're saying though, Verde. Almost like a boost pad in a card
Right.
game.
A launch
Yeah, that's
pad.
exactly what I was thinking, is that we probably already have to be going, but if what I remember and picture in my head from learning how to drive a sailboat is correct, a big wall of wind that you already know where it is the perfect scenario for you to catch that in your sail if you're coming at it and then launch you in a direction.
Now,
I could be talking out of my ass though, so.
No, but that's what it sounded like to me too. It's like a launching thing. And then from there, hopefully you catch the wind from somewhere else.
now,
'Cause I can't keep doing that.
Arisa, who is listening in to your plot, says, um, "Well, this all sounds like a lot of fun, and I'd actually love it if I could get a ride on that whenever you do it.
Me
But
too.
uh, this is kind of a one team thing, right? This whole thing's only going to work for you all. The rest of your commission isn't. I don't think they'll be able to
No, there's no
generate
way.
wind.
No, but if we can open up the road, then it works for everybody.
Right.
Also-
The trick is this would allow us to get ahead of the effort to build the road. It doesn't make that effort go away. You're absolutely right, Arissa.
Yeah.
Also, Arissa, I'll leave it to myself to say this for the rest of the team, since it seems I'm that kind of person. But we're the aces. It doesn't matter who else can travel through there. They're all scouts.
Uh,
That's very high and mighty.
I
You're
mean,
not.
we're the
That's
one
us.
who's gonna get the shit done, and then we're gonna come back. We ought to, have the leading technology. We are the aces. We are the edge of the knife. Where the rest is equally as important to the blade. We're the one who gets the cutting done, while the rest support us.
I'm
Well,
clearly
uh,
writing this into an anthem.
my friend. I will say, if you do manage to get all this working again, it sounds very fun. Be careful you don't go out too far and then run out of
I am
energy
worried about
to-
that.
to-
That-
Run out of wind.
That
You do
that's a
need to-
serious concern.
You do need to make it home every week, right?
Tell me
Yeah,
about
that's-
tell me
and
about the
that's right.
goats on this
And
continent.
that's fair, and we'd have to figure out a way to make sure we can do that.
The
I like
goats.
goat milk.
Yeah. Are there any hot weather, desert, or hard chaparral sort of goats like a ibex?
Oh,
or
those
like
would
a black
probably
goat?
be the beasts of burden of choice down in Kotara, the desert region there. And up in the
If
mountains
we
in
could
Novar
import
Mall,
some,
Yeah.
if we could import
keep mountain
some
goats.
that work in both desert climates and median climates, kind of middle range zone, that would be awesome.
That might in fact be viable.
I can put in a recognition.
I don't know that we need more than 2 or 4 to
Well,
get started,
It
and then they
depends.
can breed more.
Are we going to ride them
take
individually,
years.
or are we going to have them pull a vehicle that we're all on? Either way,
Right.
it works, but I think this is the sort of thing the Empire would be able to get for us, no problem.
Yeah, that's pretty feasible. And as to the point of creating more goats, it would probably be more efficient to have many of them delivered at one time, and then
Okay. Yeah, you're
yeah,
right.
because it would take a couple years, right? Um, but yeah, a small squadron of Koteran desert goats might, in fact, work out fairly decently. They're not really built for riders. Um, they have been those that are somewhat on the domesticated side have long been used as beasts. They do, however, one warning is that they tend to be pretty grumpy overall. They're still a little
And they tend to be
like
voracious eaters. So
they're
I'm a
not.
little concerned about the new growth.
Yeah, they are not fully domesticated necessarily in all cases.
Okay.
So but they're workable. They're workable, and a lot of Dragonborn make a living on them.
Okay,
Um,
so can we get the children to maybe come up with some creative ideas as well for how to feed these goats and keep them fed, which means they are going to either need a lot of grazing area or a pasture that's continually growing?
Yeah, to go back to earlier parts of this session, goats wreck gardens.
They
yeah,
absolutely wreck gardens. They will have to be fenced or something because they will eat it all.
Well,
we might
we'll be
need
able
an
to give them.
entire other obelisk for them to like have a space out of the center of the city, right?
Hmm.
They might need like a secondary location.
Okay. That's expensive. That's quite an investment that the kingdom would be making in goats, for God's sake.
But if it lets the commission actually travel over sand, then you know you'd have you'd have potentially your guys with your very very fast wind kite device, and then everybody else that can actually
Which we have
travel
to
at a
invent. So,
reasonable
Yeah,
clip.
I mean, I figure while we're
Kind of
trying to
sounds like
figure
it's
out,
already invented.
well, it's going to take some time to fabricate, and whether or not it actually succeeds, or also like you're saying, in the event that there ain't no wind and we just got to keep going, um, I can understand maybe using the goats and maybe just lightly using the sail to make it a little easier on them.
Yeah, or even I mean like the have a fleet of these devices, and most of them would be goat powered.
yeah, I think the main thing is that, to make sure that we're clear that these goats have been developed for working with sand rather than mountains and cliffs and hills, because goats are very good at navigating hills and that they're known for that. But these would have to have been bred for navigating sand.
Yeah, you might need to like also cultivate like their preferred cactus that they
Okay,
eat,
that's
or
good to know.
brush. Yeah,
Because there's no brush here beyond what we've cultivated and grown. And
yeah.
so
Like
it's all really new growth, and I don't want
there's
to see
a
that get eaten by a host of goats who will not only stampede it into the ground but eat everything green in sight.
Would it
there
be
is a fair
unreasonable for the Empire to potentially just get some Koteran goat handlers in the expedition?
I may know a thing or two about how to handle.
I mean, we've been my guild has put up a propaganda for, you know, coming to work here. We could just, turn that sort of attention towards the goat herders as well. Try to bring in some
Parmizala
value.
used to be a knight down there. He might be able to slip in a good word or get in touch with somebody specific. Perhaps he has a friend or two who's in the business.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
No,
getting knowledge at this point is really useful because we need to know if this is going to work.
if we could combine that business, perhaps maybe we could get some workers out here, relieve pressure on other people.
Well, yeah, Kuro's probably the um, most prominent local Koterin in the commission, and so the answer is yes, that people down there use goats a lot. Um, yeah, what happens to the goat when the desert retreats? That could be a very long term problem, or depending on how things go, it could be shorter term. Because again, like a lot of the nearby desert, even already, it bakes in the sun and cracks and turns to dust again. Um, but you are kind of getting like a rather than a dry sandy desert, you're kind of getting like this awkward, dusty, somewhat muddy desert. Um,
Like the Gobi, right?
I'm not entirely familiar, but if that's a place where like the ground is very volatile, then yes.
Yeah, I think so. It's less desert-y, though there are like dunes, I think,
Yeah.
in the Gobi. It's a lot more rock. It's like right off the steppes of Mongolia and Russia, and it's actually the expansion of the Gobi that's causing Mongolia, like as a country, some problems right now. So if you can imagine it, it's
Yeah, it's
more
eating the
like,
country.
yeah, it's way more rocky, dusty desert.
Yeah, hard scrabble. You know?
Right. It's literally expanding in inches per year, and it's consuming arable land.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there's also dunes there. There are totally, absolutely dunes.
Yeah,
there.
it's not like Saharan though. Like it's the even the dunes are larger particulates than the sand in the Sahara. Like it's dirtier, it's dustier.
Yeah, that's kind of the situation. I see. Uh,
I think it's mostly because it freezes over, but I'm not a geologist, so I have no idea.
um, yeah, so again, the situation you have here is like not freezing, but even though it is fairly cold, so I guess in the wintertime probably it would perhaps look a little bit like that. Um, but it's a lot of getting the very dry sand wet, turning it into mud, it drying out again, and then crumbling to dust.
Right.
And again, those are going to be bigger particulates that you're dealing with.
Right.
So it's
I mean, there's a whole thing that we have to learn about and get information on and then commit to acquiring whatever makes the most sense and is doable, in order to make this work. We're going to actually need beasts of burden, and we're going to need however many of them are, whether it's a camel or a goat or a whatever.
Right. For us, just to reiterate Montlauren's knowledge of horses, for us in the Aces, a set of war horses would cover us crossing the desert relatively well.
Oh my god, I would love my own war horse.
Right. Well, because
Oh, sure, that'd be awesome, but
Just to get onto it.
a fit horse that's been trained will last up to 72 hours without water in the desert. Like they're actually kind of an ideal animal, except that their fucking hooves are not great, so they tire themselves out if you run them too long.
well, and then what the hell can a dragonborn ride?
A
Right?
war
Ride a
horse.
war
There's
horse,
no
yeah.
reason why you couldn't. Yeah.
Well,
big as
she's
hell.
almost better off, shape-shifting into something else.
That's true. You can only do that a couple hours a day, though.
That's right. I can't. So that's part of the challenge is,
So I hear what you're saying, but it's better that you're, let's say, a druid, because my example fits more in the same kind of category. War horses in real life were trained to carry men not only fully equipped in armaments like a mace, a sword, probably a backup shield, and maybe even a lance to begin with, too, but also fully armored. Those guys are wearing like 50 pounds of armor plus 20 pounds of kit.
Oh,
right?
or more.
Or more, right? A war horse,
mean-
like a war horse, could carry you.
Like Naya's 225 pounds on the hoof.
Yeah.
I mean,
War
she's
horses are like
she's
Clydesdales
6 feet
or
tall and 225 pounds to start with.
And war horses reportedly, now I've never seen it, but reportedly still did like crazy ass shit, like jumping while carrying this massively overweighted knight.
Oh yeah.
So I have little doubt in my mind. I'm like 98%
Right.
sure that a well-trained war horse would be able to carry Naya, no issue.
With her gear. Like honestly, it's not going to be a problem.
I mean, I'm freaking encumbered every single day of the year.
Yeah, me too.
Lauren and I share this.
But as a paladin, that's my lot in life, you know.
As a dragonborn druid, that's her lot in life. She doesn't even get the good gear. You know, she's just waddles from spot to spot, doing her shit. And like, yeah, here I come. Waddle, 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 waddle.
all on.
As a thief, my pockets are full.
I think it's more like, yeah, I'm thick, but look what I got to carry.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, baby. Here I come. I'm thick.
You know, a warhorse line that, you know, has something equivalent to like Arabian blood in it would be perfect for us. And I bet relatively easy to acquire in a fantasy world with a desert kingdom.
So, totally unrelated, and I know why, but I like how basically maybe 2/4 of all the pictures of the Gobi that I'm looking at right now include a Bactrian camel.
That's
Nice.
that is
It's
how
not
that works.
surprising. Yeah, that is how it works. It's just all like, you ever want to find a
So
picture?
now what do we do?
Just look up Gobi.
And that's probably a lot closer to what we're looking at is Gobi versus Sahara.
Right.
I mean, we already had that conversation. But
These
Yep.
clans
Horses
are
do
all-
good in the Gobis too, though. Ask Mongols.
yeah, for sure.
Yep.
And Tibetans. Yep.
Now there are only 2 people who ever won a war with Russia in the winter. One of them were the Mongols.
Yep.
You want to know who the other one was? You'll be really surprised. Motherfucking Japan.
Oh.
Oh, I was going to say
And
Chinese. Okay, that makes sense.
Russia in Russia during the winter.
When?
Invaded them, in fact.
I am surprised to learn that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Japan is tough. It's in the bones.
Yeah, it amazed me when I learned about the Russo-Japanese War. I was all like, wow, it's been really bad for the island. And then I was like, whoa, no, it was actually really good.
Yeah, it turns out they know how to defend their island real well.
They
They're
do.
only one.
Apparently they can evade from it as well, too. It's a great springboard.
I mean, it's really hard to have a conversation about a desert in a medieval type of era where we have so much that we know today in terms of player knowledge that they wouldn't know necessarily then, but we're having to apply it in order to make something work.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen a couple of documentaries
Sorry, sir.
talking about like
No, that's fine. It's fine. People have lived in these places for thousands and thousands of years, so it's not like they.
It seems like
don't
if
know
we
how
could talk to Arissa, maybe she might be able to find pictures or something in an archive if she could find something like that about how they got around 1,000 years ago.
Well, there was no desert here back then.
1,000 years ago.
I wish I had pictures, but
Yeah, I was gonna wonder, can you project pictures from your mind? Not just your like body?
that would be badass. But no.
Unfortunate.
Oh well.
She tries really hard, but nothing happens.
That is an interesting thing I'm going to keep note of, though, Arissa, because my my teacher and I have this long-standing argument that ideas are things or not, right? And I think this is a point on my side that ideas are magical. They don't exactly exist within the body.
Well, of course not. They're just inside your brain. They're like little.
No, 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 no. See, this is what my master thinks, right? That because they exist inside the brain, that they are somehow measurable and can exist, right? I'm saying no, no. The brain is more like a phylactery. It summons the ideas to you.
Right. There's like a realm of thought, not
Uh-huh.
I posted a fairly lengthy article not 6 hours ago about this on Facebook.
This is
That's
in
funny.
game. I'm being
No, I know. I'm just saying, like
I like the synchronicity.
IRL, right? So exactly.
You've likely diverged RSI into a like you've restarted the same conversation you've had with your overseer.
Oh, this is beautiful. Yep. I'm just tangented the entire thing.
Yeah, it's gone.
This is another thing now Stabber likes to do.
But so all of these plans that you're all making are very valid. The getting getting creatures from the Kotora area is not hard, functionally speaking. Um, Again, it'll take a little bit of time, um, but should be very, very doable. Like by springtime, probably. Um, at that point, it's just planning for where they're going to go, how they're going to be used, and that is something that Maisie will do. Um, Till you have a skiff of some sort built in this potential sail business,
Toboggan.
toboggan. I mean, what any of you may have raised this to Nami, and they are like all in on the idea. Um, they have graduated from boat building. There are now a couple of boats going out from Fort Harpum, but like sand boat is the next new exciting thing. Um, so there are
That's fun.
a lot of moving parts and building things happening at Chose right now. Um, uh, until the party can kind of go all the way out into the desert in a couple of months. Um, the aside from the mystery house, um, there has been some chatter about I think I said that some scouts were going to go up into the northern foothills a little bit to see what they could see, and I think that's where we got distracted and diverged. But I was also going to tell you that Mortier's team was finally going to gear up to check out that um, building uh, at the place they've been calling the Paladay location,
What?
um, per Kieran's information that you had asked him about
Right.
in the distant past. Um, some scouts investigated the rough area where that was mentioned, and they found a interesting structure that, with all the busyness to do with moving to Chose, nobody's really had time to go investigate that yet. Um, so
Yeah, I
Mortier
remember that now.
has they're finally getting ready to go out and check that out for themselves. But Angela will tell you that uh, if you want to do that, feel free. And I mean, uh, Lucent asked us to go that way while you guys go look at this house you found. Although if you want to swap, I don't mind. Either way is fine with me.
The house is also equally important. I'm interested in both things. I was
Okay.
going to bring up another thing that we've kind of long forgotten about, but I'm also equally interested because it might help strengthen our roots in the inner part of our sort of claimed area here, our territory.
What would that be?
Yeah, you mean
Uh,
Paladay.
I don't. What? Slave?
Oh, I said you meant if we go to investigate Paladay, right?
No. That's also interesting, but there is a thing that has been kind of on my mind for a while that we haven't looked at yet. But I understand more important stuff has always popped up, and it's the fact that there's a huge series of underground tunnels in our land.
Wait,
We
what?
discovered that a while ago, and we never explored it.
You mean the very, very deep um location under that one structure, right?
I do.
That place was explored a little bit, not to its furthest extents, but from what the scouts could determine down there, um, it was one very difficult to get around, very not humanoid friendly, in a lot of ways. Big pits, big crevices, and unpleasant creatures too. Uh, cave hunters. Uh, but also, obviously, there could be more to it, but it didn't really seem to go anywhere from what they discovered. They traced the if you consider it like a very, very large cave, tracing the edges of it sort of ended up leading to a situation where the scouts were kind of blocked from going anywhere aside from just along the walls. Um, so it was at a certain point determined uh, possibly valuable, but probably a waste of time. And more important things did indeed come up.
Yep. But yeah, no, that house is probably more important, and likewise, this other task is probably more important. But it's something I've remembered. It's in the back of my head, and especially with the idea that we might have to uh, dig roots in order to defend ourselves. I don't know, that could be very useful to us.
Um, Angela says, "Well, okay. If you're all gonna go check out that house, then I will tell my team."
That's up to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, I really do want to see what's up at Paladay, but I feel like that house is a potential security risk and needs to be investigated.
I think it's also a potential
I agree.
outpost for us or for some part of us.
I mean, honestly, I didn't.
We'll
see
have to
any-
see, but I think it has some potential
Between the
I-
as
two,
being useful.
I would wager the house is probably more dangerous. It seems to be actively protected. Paladay, I wouldn't say as much. So I think
Okay, well,
it'd probably be safer as we do the house and you do Paladay.
okie dokie. Kuro's gonna be mad if he finds out that you guys have all the fun again, but he'll live. I'll go tell my team.
We are the
Yeah.
aces after all.
Well,
I don't know.
See-
The last time I was in a
Nobody's
fight
really
alongside
like
him,
having
he
their
was,
nose rubbed in that. So We
Now
should
I got
probably
an
not
idea.
use that very often.
Well,
I'm busy writing a song about it because I was inspired by Albus earlier.
the last time we were in a fight that he was also in, he ended up face down, kind of charred by a salamander off the edge of the wall. So I
He talks about it all the time. Apparently, that was the most fun he's had in years. So
well,
yeah.
if almost dying is the most fun, then
Is that all he talks about during that day?
No, he talks about his old war buddies. He talks about gambling a little bit. He
Good,
talks about fish.
good. I was just making sure, you know.
Okay. We'll be fine. I'll go get the group together, and whenever this redshift ends, we'll head that way, and um you'll be second to know whatever we find. We'll try to make it back before you do.
yeah, if it's interesting, take your time.
Yeah, good hunting.
You too. Um
You know they're gonna find all the cool shit this time.
Fuckers.
No, it's probably been stripped.
Now I'm thinking they're gonna come back and they're gonna talk about their time traveling adventure, and we're gonna be like, yeah, we slogged through a dungeon.
but if that's your plan, I think you are all more or less ready to go. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I feel revitalized.
Okay.
I had a nice long rest, so I'm ready to go.
Everybody had a nice long rest. It's been 12 days. And yeah, 10 a.m. on the 27th, the redshift shreds away, and you are able to break the hell out of this city and get going again. So you don't really have to follow the aqueduct this time. You kind of know where you're going.
Did we find a shorter route to get there?
It's, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like a straight shot, right? And then it's just kind of taking the same sort of pathways you took before. Um,
Okay.
but you don't have to like double back as much and actually find where you're going this time over the hills. So it's a little bit easier going. And it will take you probably a full 2 days to get to where you're going. So I guess my question for you is, do you want to camp out before you get there, and then tackle the place in the morning after you've had a camp like maybe a couple miles away, or do you want to get there kind of at sunset?
I think camp out before we head in might be a better idea.
I think we
A
need
little
to be
safer.
somewhat at range so that we're not on the doorstep.
I was also going to say we should probably be traveling the desert at night.
We're up in the mountains for this one.
Oh, okay, good
Yeah,
point.
you're still walking around the foothills here.
So yeah, I think we're team camping at a distance and then coming in the morning? Question mark.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is
I think so. I think we want good light. I think we want to be able to scout it out as much as possible in advance to see if we can tell what we're dealing with. I mean, the same way we would normally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get as much advantage as we can.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Oh, makes sense. Okay, let me right, okay, so you hike for 2 days. Easy work. Again, you going across the locations you just went last week. Um and basically I think you'd probably get to the point where you fought the salamander, and you do find the remains of camp there that was made by the people you sent out to collect that thing. So this would be a pretty easy opportunity for you to set up your own camp, and also you have a decent view of the building here. Um,
Do different people see it and not see it this time?
Well, yeah, I need you all to make wisdom saving throws again.
Again?
Yes.
I mean,
Oh dear.
okay.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, not a big deal.
Oh, nicely done. Yeah, everybody can have that +3 as well.
Okay, then 16's not too bad.
Aaron, it's just you left.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 12.
Aranus, the building is not there anymore.
God damn.
Wait, what?
Nimbus, you see in a spot that used to be empty hills, there is in fact a small manor, a little ways away. Again, it's you're pretty far off, so it's hard to make out useful details from here, but it is definitely a building.
Well, now I see it.
Nice amber green.
Yeah, I just looking at I was looking at the number and I'm like, does that say holy crap?
Did I really roll 2 1s?
No, you rolled a 2 and a 3.
Okay.
You have a +0 to wisdom saves.
Yeah.
Checks out.
Well, interesting.
I was gonna say, did everyone just go quiet or what?
Yeah. Then
Yeah, so you camp out here. So I guess what's the plan to approach?
Okay, wait. Can we back up the tape a little bit here?
Yeah.
So when we get close enough to like truly discern what is or is not in front of us, is there a building or not?
We're not that
Well,
close yet.
Aranais and Albus Tower don't see one.
But the rest of us do?
Yeah.
yeah. And I
So-
hadn't seen it last
That's an illusion.
So to those of us that do see it, are we looking at an illusion? Are we looking at being able to see through a magical cloaking something?
Yeah, sounds like we beat the illusion.
Aranais,
Oh.
you're pretty confident that last time you didn't actually see it. Like the rest of the party must have convinced you that something was there that it like
Wait a
isn't
minute.
there.
Wasn't I one of the only people to see it last time?
Yes. Yeah. But now it like it seems like you're becoming positive that like you couldn't have actually seen it because it's obviously not there. You must have been
Right, because
dreaming or something last time.
we believe our sense perceptions instead of working with our knowing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
In-
still
in,
not
the,
there, bro.
in the vernacular, we disbelieve.
It's
Yeah,
still
yeah.
not it's still not there, Mon. I mean, you told me right on my map where it's
Okay, so Albus Staver didn't see it to begin with. He still doesn't see it. So from his perspective, there's nothing there.
Well, so I also have this weird tingle in the back of my mind that I should like believe my friend, but I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know if that's really just me being nice, or if that's like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, racial thing that gives me.
Well, what do you know
the
about
illness
that
coming.
tingle?
What do your elf
I
eyes
actually
see?
don't know anything about that tingle.
My elf, I see a fucking house.
Right.
Especially because I don't know any other gnomes. I don't know gnomes have a weird benefit, so I know nothing about that tingle.
Right, you have an Elvis tingle.
Yeah, I have an Alvis tingle. Alvis Tavern thinks that
Dirty.
maybe this Alvis tingle is brought up because his friend says that something is there, but dude, there's nothing there.
Okay, so we
Out of
have
character,
a completely different experience between those that see it and those that do not.
Yeah.
All right, so that's interesting. Among those that do see it, what do we see? Let's see if we see the same thing.
Yeah. So, like, what color is it? What shape is it?
Right. What color is the roof? What color is the front door? Is there a front door?
Right.
All
Is it
that stuff.
surrounded by a wall? Yeah, exactly.
Right. Hey,
There's
let's
not
compare
even-
notes on what we see. If we're seeing not the same thing, then we are dealing with some kind of mind trick.
There's not even a house there. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yep. I'm not talking to you anymore. Right this minute, I'm talking to the rest that think they see something.
So it's
So-
a dull greenish brick wall that you can see. There are some tall, long windows that are from afar. They kind of glint in the sunlight. Hard to make out anything particular about them. It's a it's not a super tall building, but there's kind of it's kind of got like a tower shape to it. Um,
And where is the tower?
in the center, pretty much.
So the rest of the manor is built around the tower?
Yeah, that's a decent way of describing it.
Okay, and are we all in agreement that this is what we see, or do we see different things?
Yeah, you all agree on that, on those aspects.
Okay, so it's either a collective hallucination, which is very fancy magic, or we're seeing it and there's a cloaking spell.
Yeah, I'm on team illusion, and the illusion is that it's not there.
Right. Yeah. My money. Yeah. Exactly. My money is that it's hidden by magic, not magic that forces us to see something that isn't there.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm kind of withholding, but leaning in the direction of, well, my sense perception tells me I see something, and I see what you guys are describing. So that's where I'm leaning. But I'm willing to kind of go with the whole mass hallucination thing if we actually get to that ground and there's nothing there.
I think you guys are seeing things.
Yeah,
It's possible.
We get there, one of us walks through the door, and the people who can't see it stop seeing us. Then we know there's some trouble.
Right.
If by then it actually comes into view and they can, potentially touch it.
So
and walk into it.
we'll actually have to talk about how do we test this, like for
Well,
real.
If there's no sign that there's anybody there, when we get there, maybe we ought to rope up as if we were, climbing down a mountain.
I like that idea. I did bring
that
rope
way-
with us.
Right. That way, if we disappear, then the people on the outside can tug on the rope to, let us know that we disappeared, or vice versa.
Right, pull us back even.
Right.
Right. Okay. I'm okay with that. Are we all good with that plan? I mean, it's a work in progress, but
Yeah.
okay.
And I'm reasonably certain that all of you are losing your minds. But if climbing a mountain will
That's
fix
fine.
that.
I
Yeah,
think
and
it's just
there's
really
a-
kind of fascinating that some see it and some are quite adamant that there is nothing to see.
Yeah. I didn't
So-
see it last time. I can see it now. So something's changed in my perception, I suppose.
Right, but what does that mean?
Well,
mean, I
we
saw
know
it
the
before and
Redshift
I
plays
see it
tricks
now.
on people, so we don't know to what extent this is magic cast by somebody with a will and an intent, or this is magic applied by the Redshift randomly.
Well,
I think it's with intent, and in fact, I think that's why the believers believe it so vehemently, is because it's like, I think this is a hiding spell.
yeah, if
That
it's
would
a
make
some
sense.
kind of a cloaking hiding spell, that's pretty fancy magic, isn't it? Nimbus? I mean,
It
Naya
is.
doesn't know this stuff.
And to have it actually sustain indefinitely, that's the
Is that a
stuff
high order of magic?
that costs a lot of dang money. You're getting close to wish territory there.
Okay.
Right. That's nation state magic in my experience.
Well, yeah, it's at least similar to the pylons that we have, in that it's persistent.
Right. Which means tons of resources necessary to just cast the spell.
Right. Or it could be built on. It could be like some piece of that place is enchanted.
Right. I was gonna. Yeah, that's a good point. Could be an artifact there too, or something.
Now,
Could even be a redshifted object that somehow creates an obfuscation field for all we know. Like,
an even more chilling idea is that there's denizens in there who are potentially invisible unless specifically noticed, and they could be watching us.
right.
Right.
My
And
Oh
job.
yeah, they could
preparing
be
for
looking at
us.
us right now.
This has been my fear since we first saw this place. Is that that's actually populated by our dragonkin friends.
They would have the resources.
It's possible. And they would have the magic resources to be able to create a hiding spell, in which case we need to be prepared for a lot of traps, potentially deadly traps.
But you haven't seen anything go in or out in the past, 8 to 12 hours you've been looking at this thing. So that is a fact that you have.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Well, also that we haven't, from this range, seen anything open or close.
Right. Now we know that, the fortresses we found from our friends generally have teleportation circles in them, so that may not mean anything, but
Right.
it is an interesting indicator.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
it did take you 2 days to get out here, right? So if somebody, portaled in on day one and is off out and about, they might not be home for another few days.
Right.
Um, but
well,
yeah,
if there's
so
some kind of a perpetual spell that keeps it hidden, whatever that is, one that's got to be a very expensive and very strong spell. Two, whoever owns it or runs that spell has got to have a lot of power or a lot of wealth. And three, whatever they're hiding and whoever that is needs to be considered dangerous.
Right.
Well,
Agreed.
powerful at the very least.
And therefore dangerous. If they want to hide what they're doing, chances are they have some kind of
Well, that's a little
nefarious.
paranoid.
Well,
It is a little paranoid, isn't it?
they could be hiding out from the Redshift and the Dragon Princes.
Yeah, in a
Right,
perfect world, they're not hiding from us, but they're
right,
hiding
but
from someone.
But Nimbus, I mean, I don't even know this stuff. You would have to know, be the one to find out or know. If 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 there's, so let's say, just conjecture, that the reason that we have this disparity between who can see it and who cannot, who believes that it's there and who does not, a hiding spell like this is generally got one function, right? Which is hiding or cloaking. It's not got another subordinate or even superior objective. It's just this one thing that it's doing, which is cloaking, right?
Well, I guess, sir, that would be a question. Is there something Nimbus would be aware of that might have such an effect?
there is magic that can be used to obfuscate things. Yes.
But
Right, but does
that
it do anything besides obfuscate?
yeah, that hiding it is just one of its properties instead of like
That
the
would
whole of its
that
property.
would highly depend on the spell and the caster. There's
And the
there's
power,
a
right? And the
vast
resources?
vast array of things that one can do, and also it's far from impossible to cast more than one spell on a thing.
Right,
Yeah,
but
that's true.
we're talking about a spell of cloaking or hiding or whatever you want to call it, obfuscating, that also might have a superior or subsidiary purpose that is perpetual. Now we're talking a different level rank of spell. is it is that kind of thing like generally available?
Not generally, no, but I mean the sort of the sort of uh long magic that is not the kind of magic that you use out in dungeons and stuff is something that certain people study and use as their careers instead of casting things like fireball. Um, some people are practiced in uh, those types of applications of magic that last a very long time or are permanent and take a very long time to create. And they have all sorts of effects, and a lot of the time those effects are stuff like warding.
Okay.
And
So,
again, it's not the sort of spells that are useful to people like you.
right, and it's not it doesn't sound like it's very common. So,
No.
if in fact there is some spell that is warding, hiding, obfuscating, whatever word you want to apply, and there is an additional purpose, we are talking about someone who is very powerful and very wealthy with a great deal of resources, at the very least.
Right.
Because they have to be able to go find those people that are specialized in this kind of magic. Am I being too paranoid? I mean, I'm counting
No,
on
no,
y'all.
I think
It's,
we should
uh,
assume it's there. I think we should assume it's there, and we should go assuming that it's there.
Yeah, I mean, we're skipping on checking out a different location to be the ones to check this one out. So
All right.
definitely, we gotta get there and find out. In terms of approach to it, is it is there like a path where we can kind of come around from the side where we're not really in the line of sight for
That
much
would
of
have
it?
been my next question. Can we come around from the back or something?
There is not a backside because the cliffs climb up quite high around it, but there is a sort of back and forth pathway that you can sort of uh walk from where you are a little ways up the hill, and after maybe 20 to 30 minutes of additional hiking, you would be able to fairly easily reach the western side uh, of this thing, which does uh, it's well, if that's what you want to do, I will put you there and show you.
Sure. I mean, unless anybody disagrees.
The only other thing to think of is if we want to just walk up all normal and knock on the door in hopes that they are just like someone who's trying to avoid the red
Yeah,
shift.
I'm not. I'm not good
No.
with that. No,
All
I think
right. Sneak
I
it
think my
is.
other question has to do with if it's there, then what about the couple of people that we have in our party who didn't think it was there?
Well,
Are
Okay,
they
well,
going to
I
be
will.
able to
well,
see it once it's like we're right outside the door?
that's one of
I'll tell
the
you.
considerations.
So when you all get here, uh, the two of you who were having trouble, when you get to this point, you realize there is, in fact, uh, a large building here.
Oh, okay.
Um, a little ways out over the cliff is a sort of uh, dais is the wrong word.
Patio?
Outdoors patio, outdoor foyer.
Plinth?
Sure.
Plinth. There you go.
Uh, that's just here east, and you can see that's kind of just a little hop up, like 1 or 2 feet from the ground you're standing on. Um, to your south is a uh raised dais, actual dais this time. That's about 10 feet up. You can't tell what's on top of it. Um, but you can tell that it does seem to have a pathway leading into one of the raised buildings on the western side of the central sort of tower shape. You can also see that there is what appears to be a doorway on the plinth in the wall. The doorway is inside the wall. Uh, Leading into the main central tower section. You can also see that there are there are many windows around this thing, but they are all coated in a thick layer of dust. And Montlarin, what are you looking for?
Listening, actually.
There is wind, and there is a Naya. Um, you might hear a soft creaking noise, like metal on metal, that has been left out too long.
Huh, okay. I wouldn't have called that a creek, but okay. Thank you for describing.
Like a like
Like a squeal.
Yeah, squeak.
like the hinge of an old fence.
Yeah, it's got a
That's all it is.
squeaky squeal, but grindy at the same time. Okay.
Just every now and then. It's not like persistent so much. But
Maybe it's something swinging
that
in the
happens
wind.
now and then.
It is windy, and that's what I was listening for
Yeah.
on the wind.
Nimbus is busy looking at the desert or something similar.
Should I smack him upside the head?
I mean, you can do that
Sheesh.
if you want.
No, I really would only do that to Alva Stabber.
Yeah.
Clouds are real interesting out here.
But
This
yeah,
is like the perfect place, guys, for being out of the way and establishing a base.
it is very out of the way. Although there aren't too many roadways up
No,
here.
but the views are awesome.
It is quite a view. You can see a very far way across the desert, and you do see desert and desert and desert.
More desert, and you could see almost all of Chose, I bet, from here. And there's nothing to
You're
see for
kind of
1,000 years.
you're actually kind of at a you've gone far enough along the southeastern mountains that you're at an angle where you can't see Chose anymore.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah.
right. Back up the tape.
No problem. Okay, Nimbus, no problem. Um, while he's doing that, does anybody have thoughts about what they want to happen next?
Well, I can just pass on to the group what I'm basically not hearing, and I am hearing, um, which is not much. It sounds like there's a creaking, squeaking, creaking, metallic kind of creaking.
Huh. Is it a door? Is it a like?
Well, if we can get something over there to give us kind of a better view. Keen is great, Badath. We might have a better idea of whether or not this place is currently populated.
Don't let Keen accidentally go through that wall. That would be inconvenient.
I won't. No, I won't.
If it was super busy, I kind of would expect to have a door open and activity with um, this patio. Um,
Well, you see a doorway. You don't see a door.
I don't see a doorway yet.
No,
Yeah.
if you go like 2 spaces north, then you will probably see it.
Okay, I see a little bit of indentation, so that's the door? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, good to know.
Is that thing a walkway?
Uh, oh, that one that Keen is going up to? Yeah, again, it's about 10 feet high, though. It's like, it's raised way up on this big pillar dais.
And the other thing with the weird purple writing on it that we probably can't see because it's written on it.
Indeed, you can't see it.
Yeah, we have to ignore that
Is
it's
that a
there.
walkway?
What
Or
We
is
have
that
to
like
play
a ceiling?
dumb.
Walkway, or is that a ceiling to something?
That is a patio that's about a foot and a half higher than where you're standing. So, easy hop up.
All
But
right.
that's kind of
Let's
player
turn the rat up.
knowledge, not character knowledge, so we have to
Well,
kind of ignore.
we can see that. We just can't see the magic circle on it.
Right,
Correct.
that's what I mean.
Correct. You can very clearly see the patio, and it goes off the cliff a ways. And you could see like it's built well into the cliff, like
Yeah,
very
that's
very
why I thought
sturdy.
there was actually a view of Jose.
It has Keen climbed up.
Looking over the edge mostly, and maybe getting a see for what's inside, but wants to look over the edge too.
Okay, but she did climb up onto the patio.
Yes.
Okay, that takes a couple seconds. So if everybody else is just waiting, then that's totally fine. Um,
Yeah, I don't want her to trigger anything.
Yeah, Aaron S. I don't mean to be sizist, but you think you could check out the dais just south of us here?
Sizes.
Right.
I'm the smallest person here.
Well, it's about 10 feet off the ground, see, so I can't see the top.
I think with a standing jump, she could pretty easily, jump, grab, pull up, right?
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Give me just a little bit
Okay,
of
stop moving, Keen, for just a second.
I was gonna leave Keen right there actually.
Okie dokie.
a little bit of prep space, and we're just going to mantle up this dais.
Do try to be.
Okay, is this happening before or after Keen gets onto the patio?
Keen is up on the dais, up on the patio.
Right, yeah, I wasn't paying attention to Keen at all, so this probably would have happened around the same time I would have pointed this out.
Okay. So Albus Taver, through Keen's eyes, she'd be here at this point. Um, you can see some kind of magic circle on the patio. That's probably the
Yeah.
first thing you notice, engraved. Irenaeus, you mantle up, and let me clear this dynamic lighting for you because it's going to be right here, so it doesn't matter anymore. You can move up onto the dais now.
Oh, thank you.
Um,
I'm back.
you see a platform, holding a massive telescope.
Huh. Um,
And the telescope is pointed north, the way our map looks.
well, it seems like the platform it's on rotates.
The telescope itself could be rotated a little bit. Just like looking at it, you can sort of see that there are some mechanisms involved. But yeah, it's pointed roughly northeast right at this moment.
Okay.
That seems to be its default configuration.
Is
You
it kind of
also see
like
that.
is it
Oh,
kind
go
of like
ahead.
aiming at the tower?
Not directly, but roughly in that direction. Yeah, you can sort of draw a line from it to the tower area.
Gotcha.
Um, Irenaeus, you can also see that the pathway to your east is just a couple of steps down, down to a doorway that leads into a room that is a little bit dark, and you'd probably have to have your eyes adjust to be able make out any details, but you think you see some kind of like a table in there.
Is this all finished surfaces, sir, or is it rough?
I mean, they're dusty and weathered as hell. But other than that, yes.
Okay.
Well, this might have been the source of that squeaking you heard earlier.
Okay.
She gives it a like a test.
It does indeed squeak when you adjust
Wiggle.
it.
Awesome. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah, that is cool.
As I suppose the illusion does nothing for actual protection from the weather.
Right.
But there's also a couple of rooms through this door here.
Yeah, you could
Okay.
simply walk down that little stairway, and at this point, it's trivial for you to help everybody up onto the dais if that's how you want to do it.
Okay. And Alvistaver, does Keen have anything to report from the dais? The other dais?
The patio.
Yeah,
Patio, whatever.
there's a magic circle on the ground that I'm getting close and looking at, and a doorway.
Is the magic circle like a teleportation circle like we've seen before?
Alice Tabby, you can make an Arcana check.
Seems like
Looks like one.
looks like one indeed. Yeah.
Okay. So now the question is this from our dragon friends or someone else?
Yeah,
Certain the place was dusty.
what's the scale of the device?
What device?
The telescope and stuff. Like I'm not there, so I can't tell. But that's something to note. Like, what is the size of the person that's built for?
There
Good
is
question.
Irenaeus, you noticed a stool that you think if you sat on would probably instantly collapse. Um,
Well, yeah, I'm not going to try and sit on that.
but it is completely ordinary humanoid sized.
But it could it work for a short person to stand up to be able to look through that telescope?
Actually, Irenaeus, you think you'd find it quite comfortable to sit on that and look through the spyglass
Okay.
yourself.
All right. Well, is that a make a wisdom save suggestion or?
Oh, no. I mean,
Oh,
like,
okay.
you're just looking at the stool, like, you think just judging, like, in terms of size, like, it would be a pretty comfortable seat for you. You wouldn't have to, like, awkwardly kneel down to get a good look into this telescope or anything like that. You'd be able to sit and just use it as intended.
Nice.
And Irenaeus, could you please look through that telescope and tell us what you see? If
I
that is the
will.
default setting, I'd like to know what the default is.
I guess I would have thought it just got left off wherever. I'm not going to try to
Well,
sit on this stool though. That seems like a fool's errand.
yeah, no, you can tell that's a bad idea, right away. But you did wiggle the telescope.
A little bit.
So it has been jostled, um, and is pointing, it's pointing vaguely northeast at this point. Then you
What's
want to look.
what's the level of detail on it?
Um, it's hard to tell from here, really like how far you can see, because when you look through it here, you're seeing desert and desert and desert and desert. On the horizon, you might see maybe mountains that are far beyond the desert. Um, but you don't see anything specific wherever you currently have it pointed at.
Okay. Okay. So there's
Thank you.
nothing really to see other than
Yeah, and it's a very dusty telescope, but it does work.
So, do we see any footprints anywhere in the dust? We've been up on the patio, we've been on the dais, we've been around the telescope. Are there any other footprints in the
None,
dust?
none aside from your own. No, those of you who have looked around.
So that
Yeah.
suggests, although we don't know how quickly dust coagulates or aggregates here, and it's probably pretty fast.
Right.
It does suggest that this has not been used in a bit. How much a bit is, we don't know yet. Could be a couple days, could be a couple weeks.
So while this looking out has been going on, I'd probably have taken a look over the top of the place with Badath.
So it is roofed by purple tiles that are still in, decent enough condition
Purple.
considering the
Tiny.
weather. Yeah. Um and you don't find anything particularly notable up around the roof. The structure itself is sort of nestled very tightly up against the cliff, and the cliff goes up maybe another 50 feet above the roof before it starts to slope off again. And of course, there are higher and higher mountains well beyond. Uh, but that is what you see. You can see that there are a couple more rooms. It seems sort of symmetrical on the other side, but there is no other. The telescope dais is only on this side.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll have Badath bring down a loose roof tile if there is one.
You can probably find one.
So we know that there's a teleportation circle on the patio and a telescope of some kind or whatever we would call it on the dais. Anything else we need to take a look at or assess before we go inside? So we don't know what we're going to find inside. What I was hoping to find, Alvis Taver, did you happen to see any footprints between the teleportation circle where Keen is right now and the building, the covered building? Are there any other footprints?
I ain't see shit.
Mont, you can
Okay.
you could do a perception check. Um,
Nah, I don't think so.
but the stairs look safe. It's a little crumbly, and
Do you mind if I go ahead and do a perception check?
well, he's looking at the stairs and the door, which are up on the dais. So
And
Yeah,
he got
I could pull
6.
you. I could pull you up though if you'd like to take a
yeah,
look.
if you wanna be up there.
Sure.
But Mont, the door is in fact open, and you can see inside, and you see a table with chairs, empty chairs.
Yeah, I feel like
It's an
this
empty-
is probably the way we want to go in, but I don't know, call me paranoid. I feel like I didn't see anything wrong. It looks like a normal doorway to me, but it just feels too
Too easy?
yeah.
Well,
Uh-huh. Do we
make
have
your
somebody who
hands,
can
nice and-
detect traps? Let me do a perception check as well.
if you give me a moment, I can get detect magic up and running.
Nice roll.
Thanks.
Uh,
Probably wasted my one good roll of the night.
No, the only thing that you see that is perhaps interesting is that they're uh peering into the slightly dark room. Um, you see that there is right right at the head of the table where somebody would perhaps ordinarily sit is what appears to be some kind of box.
Huh.
Okay. That could be a trap.
Yeah, I don't have my detect magic ready.
Well, do we want to wait long enough for one of you guys to ritual cast it then, like Nimbus was suggesting?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
while you folks have been doing that, I've already kind of gotten it started after saying.
Yeah, I definitely want to wait. We don't know what we're walking into, and we know this is something. This is starting to look kind of familiar, you know?
Yeah. Do I detect anything with my divine senses?
Let's see, celestial fiend or undead. You don't. No,
Okay. And it doesn't smell evil.
it does not smell evil, or nor does it smell nice.
Okay, so that suggests if it's not evil or undead, then it kind of tilts more towards dragonkin.
Um,
Anybody we know?
could just have been
Yeah, this might
weird.
be way older than that. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
Yeah, it's not good. It could just be weird, you know, reclusive wizard that spent a lot of time looking at the stars.
I know, but
ago.
the main thing is that
I don't think-
teleportation circle. Those
Yeah.
are really, really expensive, and they take a long time to make happen.
Haven't we already found like 3?
Yes, but we found them from the dragonkin.
Did in all that we've seen at the place so far, up and around and on the sides, does it look like the place has experienced any amount of redshifting whatsoever? Any amount of like things out of place or things rotated where they ought not be?
You don't see anything to that degree. No, this isn't a copy paste situation, as far as you can tell. At least from the outside, it looks fairly normal.
But remember, Moreau's place? Moreau? Is that right?
Yeah.
Moreno,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. His place was pretty well put together until we got inside.
Yeah,
I mean,
at first
the
we were
outside
convinced.
looked fine.
Yeah, we were convinced he had his own obelisk at first.
Right.
Remember, we thought that tree was his version of an obelisk.
Right. And then we got inside and found the transportation circle. So here it is on the outside, where you have to actually show up here to find that. But it's like, who would want a transportation portal here and big enough to bring through almost an entire army?
Okay, well, we know. I mean, just from Marissa, we can understand that. Much like my homeland, Veslov was a place of strong mages and complex magic.
Right.
It's possible that for them, teleportation circles were, maybe something for nobles and the rich, but not unobtainable. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
If this place is that old and is unshifted, I mean, there could be something
It's not-
Well, that's something that we actually need to delve into with Arissa, I think.
It's not too dissimilar in the Empire from what you've heard. I mean, Dex has told you himself that he's made a good like 3 teleportation circles in his career, and
Right.
that's a big contract job for
Right.
somebody
I mean,
to do.
Yeah, given the time it takes to cast one,
Yeah,
but yeah,
it's
for
a
sure.
1-year project, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So yeah, he's done a few of them. So like it's still something that happens that people do. But it's very much like the hey, the king needs a teleport circle in the entry hall.
Right. So maybe
And
this was
this
the
other
King's Summer
king
Palace. I
this
mean,
other
we don't
king needs
know.
a teleport circle in their entry hall, and now we can do diplomacy.
Right, right. Safely. Yeah, totally.
So that sort of thing does happen. But you're correct in that at least today it is something that usually is done on commission by the very rich and powerful.
Right.
Or or in the rare case where you have a wizard who is isolated themselves into their tower off in the mountains somewhere, they may go through the effort to do that uh, in their effort to make their lives convenient.
So, sir, where we're standing here at the telescope,
Yeah,
where is the tower thing that sticks out from is it east of us and then south in terms of map coordinates?
you mean the big tower?
Well,
Yeah.
no, the
Like
tower that
me?
you
The
said was
tower in the
part of
center of this
this.
building, right?
Oh, okay. That's just the spot that Keen is hugging right now.
Oh,
The yeah, the
Got
kind
it.
of central D-shaped spot.
Thanks to remind me to plop her.
wait. So the dais, the patio, is the tower?
The patio has a door, or the patio on the patio is a door, and south of the patio is a tall building that is maybe 2-3 stories tall. That is this tower object, and
Okay.
the other smaller
So we're
connected
just
rooms
coming in
are,
from the west side
yeah.
Right.
to the same kind of tower-like structure. Okay.
Keen. Alvis wants to look up. Like, with Keen.
Can we get a flyby from Badath as well?
He did. He went up to the roof.
Guess I missed that. Was there nothing to say maybe?
No,
It was just
nothing of
tile. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
particular
it was
interest. Nothing.
the purple roof tile. I had Badath grab one for you.
Okay, so that's really it.
Yeah,
You
nothing.
From
can't really
there.
see much in. It looks like it's all in pretty decent shape.
So
Yeah,
no
nothing
skylights
out
or
of the
anything.
ordinary.
Nope.
Okay.
Keen, I take it, is interested in that light pattern on the floor.
Yeah, exactly. Like, is there stained glass
That-
going on in here?
That is being projected by a sort of it almost looks like a very large ruby that is uh embedded in the wall about 15 feet above the front door.
Oh shit!
And where is the front door? Is the front door what faces out onto the dais?
Yep. Onto the patio. Yes.
Okay. And where have we seen embedded gems before? The dragons.
Tower.
Right. Well, and we used one ourselves as a video camera.
Okay.
Alvis, Keen is able to see that the ruby is in what appears to be a very sturdy, like stained glass will have like the beams that hold it all together, right? But this is like an even thicker, sturdier thing that is like tightly wrapped around this object, and uh
Is it anything that Alvis Stavro doesn't think he might be able to pry apart?
oh, you probably could.
Alvis,
You'd need a ladder and some effort, but
Yeah, let's wait on that one because it might be activating something that we need to be working right now.
you see, you say that, and then his wisdom saving throw has him taking a step, or trying to take a step past Aranea.
Yeah,
I will wonder aloud if perhaps that's the same kind of crystal that one of the proxies would use, and that perhaps touching it might bring an attack.
Right.
Right. Why? You and your
Alvis,
It was also a thing with the dragons and those topazes. So
you
touching those
and
gems
being
is
smart.
going to be a thing.
Alvis, it is you know the old Chaos Emeralds from the first game?
Yeah.
It is a retro Chaos Emerald shaped, but which is nothing like the proxy device that you saw at RSS Tower. In case that means anything to you.
Interesting.
That means everything to Albus Tapper. He'd explain that while trying to move past Irenaeus, but probably only being very slow and getting right about there before anybody could say anything else.
Oh, I would have stopped you immediately because nobody's going through that door until he's done casting Detect Magic.
What's the point?
Right.
Yep.
Ah, God damn it!
No, what's the point in Detect Magic? We're surrounded by it.
Detect Magic makes things that are explicitly enchanted glow, so it's not going to be blown out by the fact that there's magic everywhere around us. Rather, it will tell us if there's anything specifically enchanted, like a doorway or a floor tile.
It would take some pretty big magic to actually, nullify Detect Magic just by fucking blinding you, right?
I mean, it is technically possible, I suppose, because of the way it works. It literally makes things glow. So if it was, powerful enough,
Like the illusion that's surrounding this place. Admittedly, I don't know that it's just use a spell slot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, ritual casting it's free. It's a good point about the illusion around the place, though. I just assumed that we wouldn't see it from the inside.
Right. Me too.
Well, there's nothing to see. It was
right.
It just made it appear as if the place wasn't there, but that's not. Of course,
right. But that takes a lot of power. Something to generate a perpetual obfuscating spell.
Yeah, perhaps a giant chaos emerald, right?
Perhaps no more than the teleportation circle.
Right, but once that teleportation circle has been inscribed, it lives, and you can just walk away. It takes a year to make it.
I just assume it's similar with an illusion, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, I see what you're saying, though. Absolutely.
I do see what you're saying. I mean, maybe Nimbus could tell us when he's done.
I mean,
well, my question is, are you waiting the 10 minutes?
That was my plan. That was actually why I was standing by the doorway and not walking through it.
I think we've actually been talking for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So with Detect Magic active, you do see the bleed of enchantment magic everywhere. There are strands of twisting and twirling essence coming out of every brick of this place.
Holy shit.
But from here, that's all you see.
Is all of it illusion, or do I get
enchantment?
All of it's enchantment. So
enchantment is the brand of mind control.
I see. So this place is full of enchantment. It might not be physical things, but magical and things in our head that it tries to mess with.
Well, is that going to stop us from pushing through this door then? Because I think we should investigate.
I'm just letting you know.
Absolutely not. I want my gem. Please.
Yeah, I still wouldn't just touch that thing if I were you.
What do I get?
I wouldn't either.
Gem?
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Does the gem feel any more or less magical or enchanted than the rest of the stuff?
The gem is in a room that is 50
Yeah, only
away.
Keen saw it. He just described it to us.
So we'll see it when I get there.
Okay, so my recommendation is going to be to not touch anything.
Yeah.
We have to touch the floor, obviously, to walk around, but don't try not to touch anything else.
Do I see?
What do you need with the lighting, Irenaeus?
So there's just a bunch of I mean, it might just be because it's dark, and my character doesn't have dark vision. But I just over the table is pitch black here in this
Oh,
area.
Do I see like a clear path through the various like strands and stuff?
Or maybe lighting wasn't active yet, and that's okay.
no, they glide off of the bricks and just kind of as these things usually do, just wisp out into nothing, dust, sparks. Or sometimes it's like looking at the surface of the sun, really. Except not hot. Yes, Irenaeus, do you want light? Like, would you like to light a lamp or something?
Oh, there's probably enough ambient light around here, especially with Naya and
That's
Nimbus.
true. So stop moving so I can explain the area to you all. But I want to make sure everybody can see. Also, Ambergreen, you're outside.
Yeah, I know. I'm stuck. I'm trying to move.
Okay, here I
You
go.
got to use the door.
There you go.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no, no. There you go.
Okay.
You're good now. Um, Irenaeus, let me just give you a little bit of extra vision to stimulate that
Oh, okay.
ambient light. Yeah.
Sure.
We'll just have you emit 30 feet of light.
Okay.
Very good. Yay. Okay, now I think everybody can see.
So what kind of a room are we in, sir?
You are in a dining room.
Okay.
There's a long table. There's several chairs. You'd think if you sat on any of the chairs, as stated with the stool outside, they would probably instantly collapse. Even under
Why
enough
would we say
stimuli.
that? Because they're old and rickety looking, or
They
what?
are
They're all
ancient.
desiccated.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
They were probably very nice once. Um, and you could still sort of see the appearance of of well-made wood. But wood it is, and perhaps might turn to dust at your touch. There is also a black box on the table.
Okay, so we can't see that in the picture. Where is it on the table? There are 8 squares.
It's at the head next to Montlaurent.
Okay.
Yeah, next to you and Montlaurent, right there.
Okay, so we definitely don't want to touch that box.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It's about a foot square, little. It's like a shoebox shape.
Yeah.
And to keep us from touching that box, I'll just use my mage hand to touch that box.
Okay. Do you want to like open it with the mage hand?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Is because it's the quickest action, and I'm sorry I double clicked. But because it's the quickest action, I'm just gonna cast the mage hand subtly to basically flip open the box with a finger.
Okay, you do. It's open.
In the box.
Yeah, what do I see?
It didn't. Did it trigger anything?
Montlaurent, you see a book.
Does it have a title or any discernible lettering on it?
No, it looks more like a journal.
Like a journal? Got
Yeah.
it. I will touch it with my finger.
You sure you want to just go touch it?
Okay. This journal doesn't turn to dust.
Oh, it's been protected.
It has been protected.
Neat. I will
Um,
pick it up.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to open it?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Okay. You can start. You notice that the
Do I see
majority
any
of this
magic
journal.
on it?
You don't.
Okay.
You notice that the majority of this journal seems to be blank. But there are a few pages near the start that are written in a very neat flowing hand. So here, not visible to players, show to everyone. Here you go.
Oh. There's some garbage script in here, sir. Just so you know.
Yes. It's written in common, Montlaran. But every so often, every couple of lines down the page, there you'll see just things that are not correct in the text. And then after that, it continues as though nothing was wrong. Every line break here would be another page, basically.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Oh, this is great, actually. Info.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Huh.
Where have I? Oh, it's Orokos.
Oh, it's a female.
Yeah.
I will tie a string around my finger.
Okay.
Just as a reminder of this place. And then I'll hand the journal to Alvis and say, well, that's quite a find, don't you think?
It's for
Yeah,
animals.
most definitely. I'm gonna put that in my bag and keep it safe.
So if that journal is accurate, this place is a quote marvel of technology from the time of Vest, and
Yeah.
and
Yes.
apparently abandoned.
Right. There's a
It's 'cause she
scroll
left.
or there's either a scroll or it's the sunstone that is protecting it, but I'm not sure it's 100% protected.
Well, she says that she needs to go
Right.
as soon as she saw the red cloud.
Yeah, she didn't stay to see what happened when the Redshift got to
Right.
here, which probably saved her life or at least prolonged it. I mean, there's nothing in the like if I'm reading the journal right, and admittedly maybe I'm not, but it suggests this place is protected by a glamour. That's a kind of magic I've heard of before.
Yes. Me too.
A kind of illusion. I don't think that would stop the Redshift. Maybe.
No.
I mean, glamours do have an effect on reality in the way that they twist your thinking, but I don't know that that would like. I'm not Decus. I don't know if that.
So
that's
what she
related.
notes in her journal is fascinating, though, is like, how has the tower at Vest gotten so impossibly tall? What
Right.
have they done?
Right, as if it was somehow shifted as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I got nothing.
We should have a look around. Like the journal doesn't mention traps, but I would still be on guard.
Alexander thought
That's a great
he might
find.
have seen something in the room behind Irenaeus, but the perception check I rolled says no. But he is now interested in the room behind Irenaeus.
You can go into that room if you want. It's up to you.
Well, yeah, the book was distracting me at first, but I'm giving you my line of reasoning of what's going on.
Yeah. Albus, you this appears to be a kitchen of some sort. There are
What's on
counters
the
and
table?
tables and shelves. There is a well. Give me another Arcana roll, please.
Give it a second.
Yeah, yep, it's thinking.
Oh well. Yeah.
It looks like a doll. It is slumped over on the table though. Kind of, you know, as though a doll was just sort of tossed onto a table. It doesn't look like a
Well,
human doll. It looks like it looks like a cute rodent.
I used my prestidigitation to pick it up.
You mage hand, you mean?
Yeah. Sorry, I was reading the other. Yeah. Got it.
Yeah, you could pick it up. It's keen sized.
Hey, look, I found a doll for Keen.
That's not creepy at
That's
all.
not creepy at all. Exactly.
And anyone else can roll Arcana.
What's also the weird green
I mean, you
thing
say
that
that,
I'm
but
while I'm dancing
I don't think I
around with?
can.
Damn.
Rip Nimbus. Naya, you're standing on a stair landing on the upper bit.
Yeah, it was just a little crowded in there.
So that's at least a 12 with the aura, right?
No, that's
or
saving
just
throws.
saving throws.
Oh, whoops.
Irenaeus, please save this party.
Oh, okay. Naya seems to have it well at hand.
Nice.
There you go.
I don't know. Naya's walking away. Irenaeus, somehow, you perhaps knew somebody who had similar devices such as this. You're pretty sure that's a homunculus, which are tiny, like really really tiny golems, servitor
Holy
golems.
shit!
Yeah, they're like.
How does this work? I've always wanted one.
You have to make it yourself.
What were the notes in
someone
the
else's.
journal?
Did you not read them?
Yeah, I read it. There was something about the pets. I would imagine this is one of them.
Naya and Montlaurent looking over the main room down below you, down those stairs. One, you can see another parallel set of stairs on the other side leading into another chamber. But two, you see that there are a couple pretty hefty bookshelves down there, but they are completely empty.
Oh,
The
sure.
titular
Sounds like she
collection.
packed up her stuff and took it with her. She said she was going to pack it to a demi-plane and unpack it when she got where she was headed.
Right.
I want a demi-plane.
Yeah. How handy is that?
I'm gonna kind of go slow down these stairs, just in case they're like crumbly because it's kind of
It-
old. What
they're a
is
little
the
crumbly.
interior condition, by the way?
As you said, a little crumbly, but it's all pretty sturdy. The furniture is really what's taken the deepest toll here. Structurally, this is all like stone and brick, and it's more or less fine. Very weathered, obviously, but it'll keep you safe from the elements, and it doesn't seem like it'd collapse on you anytime soon.
Right.
Now
No. No sign of shifting.
uh aside from those weird bits in that journal you read, no, nothing yet.
Huh.
Do I see any while detect magic's still going, do I see any magic with the crystal?
Uh, no, actually, you don't.
Am I still seeing enchantment though?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
that's everywhere.
All right.
Now, Albus Taver, that weird green box is plugged into the wall.
Plugged into the wall.
It is.
Really?
There are nodes on the back that enter the wall like pipes.
Oh man, table talk, Elvis. Are those the same pipes that we saw in the spring?
No, these are way smaller.
Damn.
Yeah, but same style, same type,
Yeah.
made of brass, bronze.
I'm thinking it. I want to play around with this thing.
Also, table talk. I wonder if technological things don't count as magic things.
Sure. What am I looking at, sir?
If you had to guess, maybe a
And is something
lab.
down here?
Um,
Or is that Keen?
hard to see. It's a little ways down these steps, but yeah, there's sort of there's a couple steps down into this dark room. And
And there's something there.
you see more counters and shelves and stuff like that. Again, you if you had to guess, probably some kind of lab or something like that.
Gotcha. Is the floor the same stone? Like I see the drain there. Is it tile?
It is tile, and yeah, there's a very gentle slope down into that drain.
Uh,
There's another little doll, sort of curled up in this little green box on the floor that is connected to the wall.
Interesting.
Does
Uh,
that information help Alvis Taver's investigation roll on the green box?
You're far away from the party right now, so unless they're shouting,
Just
right. We're
actually
not telepathic,
see,
sadly.
I can actually see through Keen's eyes.
oh right.
Oh yeah, I
Saying
didn't
that
notice Keen was over there. Yeah. I have a question about this homunculus.
Yeah,
When you have a moment.
sure.
Um, does its condition look any different than the one in the kitchen?
They're both uh limp little dolls.
Can I
But
give it a pat?
yeah, you can.
Uh, I will stop you.
Well, the note said to give him a pat.
Right. No, I understand that, but A, you're not standing next to me, and B, I'm gonna do it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna walk over to you because I was thinking, hey, you found one of those? Give it a pat.
That's my plan, was to give it a pat.
Okay. Not Amber Green, but Montlarin. You get sparked badly, like a big static shock.
Gotcha.
Oh.
Gotcha. Ah. Yeah.
No damage. Maybe one damage.
Sure.
But um, that seems to um jolt the homunculus, and it um springs to life.
See,
It
that's what I
looks
was
around,
thinking.
and then it starts cleaning the countertops.
Sir, can you post the letter again? The journal? It's not sitting there in a collection of handouts.
It
Yeah, it's
should
under
be in handouts documents.
Yeah, called collector's notebook.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, I'll wave to the homunculus and say, "Hey, good job."
Its ears flutter, but it continues working.
Got it. Okay. I will turn to Keen and I will say, you should try that with that one. Maybe put it in the box.
Keen nods as if that's exactly and gives a thumbs up. What Elvis was doing after investigating a little bit, and also getting the information that he got from Keen's checkup.
Okay, Avastaver, if you put the homunculus that you have in the little box, you also get sparked when you put it there. Um, but it does sort of just sit there for a little while.
I give him a pat, all sad like.
You give it a pat and take a second spark. 2 points of damage. Um, but its ears flutter a little bit. Um,
That's
perhaps it
pretty
needs a
good
little
after
bit of
1,000 years.
time.
I wonder if we could have
We
used
had charge.
used the blubber, the shock blubber.
Well,
Oh,
I
interesting.
also, I also with my investigation, could I perhaps tinker with the box a bit and try to figure it out?
Um, so you notice that it does appear to be inlaid with gold. And one other thing that you noticed while you were investigating was that these creatures' butts also have gold stripes.
Huh.
Yeah, you
That
sit him on a
obviously
charging
haunts.
booth.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, no wonder. So the electricity probably comes from those pipes into the gold, and the gold powers the homunculus. All right, I'm gonna wait for it to charge. Is there nothing else in this kitchen? No, like cabinets or chests?
There are some cabinets and chests and stuff, but they're all very empty.
All right, Albus Taver will wait for it to charge and already has a project in mind.
Naya, you are looking at
Standing
uh an empty bedroom
And
with
bathroom.
with a bed whose sheets and mattress have basically dissolved with time.
Yep. And there's
Uh
another homunculus sitting on the bed.
yeah, it is curled up on what remains of those cloths.
Yeah, and
Um
I'm not gonna touch it.
and to your north is a indeed what appears to be a bathroom with plumbing.
3-piece bathroom with plumbing.
Nice. Oh, that's sweet. You can get this place an obelisk. I'm moving in.
Hell yeah. Can I be your roommate?
Yeah, there's only the one bed, right?
That's
Yes.
only the one.
You have plenty of space, though.
Okay, hold up. Look at that chair.
That's the
Yeah,
homunculus
that's
box.
another little green box.
Yeah.
And the
So
homunculus is on the bed.
put the homunculus that has no power, sit his butt in the box so that the gold touches the gold.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna go pick up the homunculus if no one's gonna stop me, and I will sit it in the little chair.
Okay, you take 1 spark of damage.
Ow!
You put it, and there's a zap, and it does jiggle a little bit.
I guess I'll give it a pat.
Again, perhaps it needs a little bit of time.
Okay, cool.
Far as you can tell, you have explored the extent of this house.
What's under the bed?
And we've discovered the why and the wherefore and
Dust.
the what. And we also know how long it has sat empty. This could be a really nice outpost for somebody.
Oh, yeah.
And by somebody, you mean us.
Yeah,
Well,
of course.
for us or Decus or somebody who could actually make use of all this.
Right. Like, it would make a great HQ building for the expedition because it's shielded by that glamour.
Right.
If through the obelisk you still have communication, even the fact that it's kind of remote doesn't really hurt anything.
Right. And if you could get a small obelisk in here that would cover the grounds and the tower and everything, then that would be perfect. You could even set up a proxy. I mean, like for real.
Right.
I mean, we're far enough away from Chose, what, 2.5 days from Chose, that it's not an unreasonable request to put another obelisk here.
Right.
But you could put people here, you could put a specific group here.
Yeah, maybe like a research group or somebody that didn't leave and enter kind of often, because you're always going to need a sage to help you find your way back.
Well, or somebody who knows how to use that teleportation circle.
Right.
Well, like the guy said, or like she said in her notes, if you leave a note, you can remember the place exists. It's already written on my map, thanks to Mont Lauren.
Yeah, likewise, the string trick is a good one to me because if you were to get captured by the dragon prince, one of the dragon princes, they wouldn't have written evidence of this place. They would just have a string on your finger.
Shit.
Right.
Maybe I'll edit that note. Maybe
I have to
question mark.
reload.
No worries. Albus Tower, as you are trying to scale this wall, you notice it's actually very easy to scale because there are a bunch of uh, bumps in the wall that you notice are pipes or cables that are just slightly protruding from the wall, just enough that you can kind of wrap your fingertips around them.
Neat.
But you can trace them from the gemstone down across the walls, and they go into various places.
I think that might be powering this
Uh,
place then.
that makes
Albus
sense. It's
Tavern.
probably powering the glamour.
Albus Tavern just
probably.
stopped and put his hand in his face.
Could we, Alvis, when you get a minute, could you please write down or draw a picture of this teleportation circle so we can take it back to Decus?
Yeah, you'd have to memorize it if you want to use it or write it all down.
There's
Albus
a
is Albus is proficient enough that he could accurately transcribe the glyphs. So
there's nothing else in that
Yeah.
box, right? Like there was nothing under the journal.
no, it was just the journal.
The
Cool.
box itself appeared to preserve the journal in pretty good shape. I wonder if the box itself is fairly redshift resistant.
Well, it's probably enchanted like almost everything else. I'm tempted to actually carry back a chair. If it didn't dissolve under
I can use mending.
my grasp.
I mean, most of it's there. It just needs to be re-adhered to itself.
Well, I mean, I was looking at it more for historical perspective rather than any other thing. I don't think it has any value except as historical measure. What we know from the journal is that she's watching the red cloud on the horizon for the first time ever, and she's going to GTFO.
Yeah.
So whenever the redshift started is when she gets out.
Yeah, it got to
so we have-
Alsane's before she left. Yeah.
Right. And so we know we have some timing things that are solved for in terms of it got to Alsane's before it got to Chose, it came to Vest. Vest changed. It had a tower, a star tower, and then it became impossibly tall.
Right, it's the one we see. It's the source of the redshift, right?
Well, it seems to be.
Yeah, we
don't know.
What was that?
I'm not sure that we actually know that, but that is the current thinking. Because that's all we've got.
Well, I mean, we can trace the tower that leads infinitely high is also, at least from this distance, where the redshift comes from. We can see that every time it waxes, right?
Yes. So, and her notes kind of confirm some of that. So, transcribing what we can of her journal and making sure that the commission has a copy of that will, I think, be valuable in terms of filling in gaps in the notes of history. Because she's coming from 1,000 years ago, roughly.
Right.
Yeah, this is a very nice place for one. She's got her lab, dining table, kitchen, bedroom, entry
Well,
hall,
yeah,
and a
I think that
teleportation circle. This is
right.
very fancy digs for one fancy wizard.
Hey, Elvis, can you roll history real quick?
Yeah, I think that we can repurpose the space for a team of people too.
Right.
You know, like was it Nimbus that was suggesting turning it into a research center or something like that? Wow, nice roll, Elvis.
Yeah, Elvis Tower, you think actually now that you've had a second to uh examine it and grapple with it, you think you actually might know what this is. Uh, it seems really, really similar to the descriptions you've heard of a particular landmark device way, way over to the west in Ilramral. You've heard about this one city that has a ruby stone the size of a fucking house. Um, and uh, that city uses that ruby stone to turn sunlight into something they call sunspark. Um, and if you didn't know any better, you might say that this thing is a really, really small, tiny version of that.
So it powers the whole house.
Right.
Alvis,
And
Alvis
the
Tavern nods.
cloaking spell.
Interesting. Does Alvis Tavern have the pieces to put together with his knowledge and tinkering to think that maybe the electricity we faced up on the mountain might be related to similar technology?
Well, that's very close by. Um, uh, it's certainly possible that those cables that you found were the result of some kind of shifting from here.
Yeah, but that would also mean that the Redshift gathers information from a place and shifts the rest of it to be, you know, but it fits with our philosophy or our understanding how we think about the Redshift, but it also sort of puts stipulations on the information that it uses to shift things.
Well, we're also assuming that the redshift is sentient and determinative.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
guided or something. Yeah, follows rules.
Oh, magic is
Right. More abstractly, though, even if we don't accept that it's a sentient force, it could be that it shifts not like physical rules, but ideas, if that makes any sense.
that was more of the lines I was thinking. That actually thinking about it when I meant information, I was thinking that if let's say the area of the redshift is a circle, right, and it can affect only the things in the circle and shift things in the circle, perhaps too all of the information to shift that the spell has also resides within the circle, and it's just a stipulation of the magic. No, though, I'm more fascinated on how I could possibly rip this and all of the gold wires out of the walls without damaging it and bring it back to Jose. I don't think it's possible, but Alvis Taver is trying to think about how to do that.
The notebook did mention that said sunstone would be useless without its casing and wires.
Exactly, which is why I'm all like, I want the casing and I want the wires.
Right, but then
all at
you
the
wreck
same
the
time.
possibility of using this for something else.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, this whole building, and I don't know if I can even extract all of the things that it said that it needs without damaging it.
Likely not. This was probably made with some very strong magic in mind.
And some care and planning. I'm guessing that this was attached to the pipes that we saw at the at what now is a spring and a cave. But back then might have been
Oh,
something else, you know.
no, I think that's something else. Um, like from what I know about Sunstone and Sunspark, this stone here is enough to power this area. Those larger cables, if anything, they could be shifting. But if anything, that might be indicative of another uh, building using or utilizing a similar technology to Sunspark.
Yeah, Montlaran, according to Albus Caver's maps, you're pretty darn close to where you should be, if you were following that cable.
Right.
Interesting. The plumbing system. No, good bet. You know that might have relation. But
That's what I meant, that they were all connected.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the wires, the big wires where we fought the salamander, because that kind of infrastructure seems too big for this place. It seems
Right, unless like
self-sufficient.
the tower in Vess, it was somehow warped in size and proportion as well.
Exactly. Good point.
Sure, yeah.
What's it look like down this grate here?
Fairly deep and dark. It's a drain. There's nothing in there.
Okay.
You could pull the grate off pretty easily and, send something down there to investigate if you wanted, but it looks like it goes down some place that drains.
But it'd be
normally, so-
interesting to see if Keen could actually make a full connection between the house and that grate and that, waste system and the spring.
You
It'd be a
would
long way to go. But
you might have an easier time doing that in a beast form.
Yeah,
right,
I would.
I could maybe do it as a spider, but I don't know how long it would take. So how much time do I get?
Isn't it 8 hours per shift?
No,
No,
1 hour per.
No, I get like 2 hours or something.
Is it your level in hours, or is it half your level in hours?
It says it on the feature.
I'm reading it. I think it's half my level in hours.
Now, of course, Naya, you would have a very bad time if you got stuck down there somehow.
That's kind of what I was looking at.
Yeah. Just throwing that out there.
Uh-huh. Half your druid level rounded down.
So 4
I'm
hours.
8, so 4 hours. So at 2 hours, I'd have to turn around to come back before I lose.
Yeah. So maybe it's some sort of I don't know, rodent with a musk to it, so you can kind of smell your way back. I mean, you don't.
I could do a snake. Snake would probably be reasonable. Or tiny spider. Those are probably the two that would work. Spider is tiny. Constrictor snake is not tiny, but
No,
for a pipe.
Constrictor snake is very big.
Oh.
That would be a relatively tight fit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe the snake would be the way to go.
Yeah, what we don't know is how narrow the pipe becomes. I mean, we know what it is here at the grate. And then, we just don't know how much smaller it gets.
Yeah, I mean, chances are it loops and twists.
Right. I mean, when you think about a snake, it's like, oh, that could work, especially since it's dry. Nothing's been down there forever. But constrictor snake is pretty big in terms of diameter, And we don't know how big the pipe is.
Yeah, a regular snake would probably be better, like just a normal sized snake.
Yeah, I don't really have one of those.
You've seen a
them.
normal sized snake before. We just don't have a stat block for it.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'll have to think up a couple and then we just sit down and do that. It just takes a while.
Well, just there aren't stat blocks for just a plain snake.
Right.
So,
But like if if we're gonna do like, oh, it's a gardener snake, then could I also do a rattler? And so it just gets into that whole thing of
Yeah, I think a poisonous snake would work just fine. It's a tiny beast.
no, spider is tiny.
No, poisonous snake is also classified as tiny.
a snake, yeah, an ordinary snake would be in the tiny size, not small.
Yeah, small as anything from 2 to 4 feet.
Yeah, I mean, I assume an asp is pretty small.
Yeah, how do I put this in chat here? But yeah, no, not giant poisonous snake, just a normal poisonous snake. But yeah, just poisonous snake. That's the stat block that would work. And then it's just Naya's Aunt Liz charisma and proficiencies.
Well, let's see. Spider is tiny beast, unaligned. Doesn't have much in the way of AC or hit points, but it's got 20 feet of speed, climbing 20 feet, and dark vision 30 feet.
Yeah, it can also climb, which is if you're going straight down, then going
Right.
straight up will be easier.
So how does speed work? I mean, we're looking at this. The spring was a couple miles away, right?
From where the aqueduct started, yeah.
Well, from here, can we estimate how far it would be? Is it still a couple miles just the other way?
Uh, from Albus Taver's calculations, you should be pretty close.
Basically up the mountain, right?
Yeah, that's what it seems like. It's tough to calculate this sort of thing.
Right,
But
especially when we're trying to figure it out with pipes running through the mountain. Well, I can go ahead and do that.
okay, you turn into a spider. You crawl down the pipe.
Yeah, if you
Take
would remove that grate, please.
a few minutes to meander around and investigate. It does twist and turn a little bit and go fairly deep. Um, maybe 10 plus feet before leveling out and bending.
And then,
Um,
do we have a sense from the grate here which direction the pipes go when they level out? Is it
uh,
east, west? I mean,
you end up in a east-west line, um, and it eventually twists and turns around a little bit more, um, until you end up on some north-south lines. Um, but really, the further deep you go, um, the less you find, really.
Right. I mean, there's been nothing in this pipe for 1,000 years.
Yeah, it's a dry metal drain pipe. You imagine at a certain point, you imagine it probably goes somewhere eventually. Um,
That's where I'm headed for.
okay. Um, eventually,
I mean, I'm trying to see if we can prove that this house, this manor, was connected to the spring and the pipes that we saw.
um, so what you would eventually find then is probably a pump that blocks your way uh, by its mechanism. Part of the pipe that would be used to draw water.
So the pump was installed inside the pipe?
Uh, at a deeper point where it was probably sourcing water from around that area.
So was it a two-way pipe? You know, under
Um,
this circumstance, it pumps water up, and other circumstances, it pumps waste out.
well, you probably would have landed in a connective pipe at this point. Um,
Okay.
so if you went in the opposite direction, uh, you would find a vertical pipe that ends and seems to dump into a somewhat large cave.
Is the cave does the cave have a lot of water like the other cavern did? I mean, it's different eyes, so I don't know that there's any sense that recognition would occur.
Um, yeah, it's hard to tell. I don't think a spider would be able to tell that.
Right, okay.
But there is an opening at a certain point.
And it just kind of flows into a cavern, a
Yeah.
cave. Is there a way to tell if the pipe is both pulling water and 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 leaving water? Or is it one direction or two directions? Is there any way to tell that from this pipe?
Uh, not sure.
I mean, she's
It's
sitting there in her manor, perched on the side of a mountain. She has no water source unless she's manufacturing it.
yeah. I mean,
Are we seeing
it's
any
probably safe to
hardware?
assume that well, like you saw a tub and a sink
Right.
and a toilet, so it's pretty safe to assume that she's drawing water from somewhere through some kind of internal pump.
Somewhere, somehow.
Yeah.
And then when she flushes the toilet or lets go the bath water, or in this case with the lab right here, any overflow, then it goes down the drain.
Like
And
you might be able to get through this maze of pipes and perhaps find your way up into the bathtub or the sink as a spider.
right, but I
Um,
have no way of like keeping track of any
yeah,
of that.
it would be pretty tough to navigate that kind of labyrinth.
Are you swimming this whole time, or is it empty?
No,
it's
it's
not.
empty and dry.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
1,000 years of nothing happening. Okay, well,
I wonder if there's some elemental water source that this plugs into somewhere.
the other thing is when we were in the kitchen and in the lab, was there any hardware? Was there like a spigot or a sink?
Yeah, the lab has its own sink.
Okay, and what about the kitchen? Did the kitchen have a sink?
No, you imagine it. She probably had to pull water from elsewhere for that.
Okay, but the lab had water,
Yes.
and the bathroom had water. Although that was, well, she's still got to pull water for a bathtub, pull
Yep.
water from the sink, pull water for the toilet. So she's getting water from somewhere, and then it's all flowing probably down this pipe that Naya went down. Okay, well, as tempting as it is to just drop into the cavern, I'm afraid I would be hopelessly lost and unable to tell my friends where I am, so I don't do that. How much time has passed?
Probably only 15 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay. So she basically heads back the way she came, using spidey senses. And hopefully she comes back up the grate. She arrive in at the right place intact.
Yeah, you can get back.
Yay! Okay, so she gets back and tells everybody what she saw, which is mostly a lot of nothing. There is some kind of a pump station down there. Can't really tell what it did. It might have been a way to separate incoming from outgoing water flows, but I don't know.
Where would that be relative to here? We might want to
I
investigate
didn't
that.
go very far, 15 minutes. And basically an east and west, but an east and west layout of pipes. And then about where the pump station was, it was intersecting with north-south run of pipes.
Okay.
I'm back in 30, 35 minutes or so. I didn't go very far. 15 minutes.
So 15 minutes east of here?
Or west.
I mean, she is in spider form, tiny spider. So
Tiny beast.
tiny spider moving through twists and turns under the building. Does not go very far.
3,000 feet.
In 15 minutes?
No,
Yeah.
but I'm asking what was it
So you did
east
the
or
math
was it
on that
west?
already?
Yeah, well, because you mentioned your movement speed earlier, so.
Right.
I guess if the tiny spider can move at 30.
Yeah. Didn't you say it was 20? I did it at 20.
Or
Yeah, I posted it.
20,
It's 20
feet
feet.
every 6 seconds comes out to 3,000 feet in 15 minutes.
It's probably a lot less time than 15 minutes in that case, but that would also account for Naya stopping at intersections and deciding where to go and that sort of thing.
Right, plus like any backtracking or anything,
Yeah.
totally.
Right.
Okay. So not more than 3,000 feet.
But I'm saying like what
So
relative
mostly west of
direction?
here?
West of here, and then was it down in west or up in west?
Well, I definitely went down.
Okay, so down in west.
The drain is using gravity to pull the water out. Or lab substances.
Yeah, maybe that pump pulls water up from the spring to flush the drain when it needs to.
Yeah, what I couldn't tell is how the pump worked. Like we know there are things in the house that require water. So like how did the water get there? She either manufactured the water out of magic or
Yeah,
it
I'm
was pumped up.
assuming that the pipe that we saw in the cave with the water is one of the pipes that either drains out or brings water up to this place.
Right,
So-
because I think the one that I went down, of course, is a waste pipe.
Right, and we definitely didn't see that in the cave we were in, so I'm assuming
No,
we were
but
looking at
at
an
the end
intake
of
pipe.
15 minutes out in spider form, it dumps into a cavern, a cave.
I wonder
Shit.
if you go up one of the
So there's another
spigots.
cave.
Yeah, if you go up one of the spigots where the water's supposed to come out from, the clean water, or
Yeah,
you know,
I turn on the faucet.
It doesn't work. It's
Got
dry.
it. Okay.
wherever this is supposed to lead to, or be fed from, that would actually be where the water source is coming in. You feel like doing another little climb here?
Yeah, I can do that. Well, I had to get out of that form to tell you anything. So
Right, obviously. You've got two, then you can take a
I've
short
got two.
rest.
Yep.
Short rest, and then you can do it again. So it's not like we have a limit.
Well, like I just said, the spigot is dry, so you're not actually drawing any water from anywhere.
Right. So it's figuring out where the pumps or where the pipes are going, where the water was supposed to have been coming from. If they're from the
Right.
same direction, different direction, if it's from like a larger pipe or if it's a narrower pipe, metal that it's made from.
Okay, now are you gonna do that again?
Yeah. She gets two wild shapes for every short or long rest. So she can do another one right away.
Yeah.
All right, now where do you want me to be?
Um Probably the bath spigot is going to be the widest one.
Right, but through the tap specifically, not the
Yeah.
drain, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you go up, you crawl through another little labyrinth of plumbing that is just below the house here.
Do I use the
And,
sink or the tub?
I assumed you were using the tub as
Okay, whatever's the
suggested.
biggest. Okay. So tub spigot.
And eventually you end up in a similar situation where you are accessing a uh, empty pocket of space somewhere below you.
Oh, is the edge of the pipe? Bro, oh yeah, I can't talk to Naya.
Sir, so is she coming down into an open space below her?
This one would actually be horizontally as you're coming out into open space,
So can she cast a web so that she can move into that space and climb back up her web?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
You're able to go down about 15 feet before you hit water.
Could I see that with the dark vision that I have? Could I see that it was water below me?
Yeah, well, once you're close enough, yeah, as a spider.
Okay.
So you'd be able to say, yep, water, and then, go back up if you wanted.
Okay, yeah. I want to make sure that I can confirm it's water, but I also don't really want to get wet.
Yeah.
Okay, and then so looking at the edge of the pipe, where I kind of set my web, is that edge of that pipe smooth or broken, jagged?
It's smooth.
Okay. All right. Well, climb back up into the pipe and go back the way we came. How
Yep,
far
and you're
out did
back
we
in.
go?
Not
How many
very
minutes?
far. It's both of these cases were only a few minutes down and back, assuming you went in like a optimal line and did not wander at all.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's not her totally favorite thing to wild shape into a spider, but it gets the job done.
Do you find you creep yourself out?
A little bit, but that's me, not Naya.
Well,
So, anyway, everybody heard that. So, that's the info that we've got. What I don't know is if the incoming water, coming out through the tap on the bathtub, for example, is the same source as where the wastewater is going. I'm guessing they are not, because that's not common sense. You
Right.
don't
It also seems like the water level has dropped. You said that pipe wasn't broken,
No,
so that
it was
means that
not broken. It was a
it
finished pipe edge.
right. So it was designed to pull water from that level, and you said there wasn't any for another 15 feet, right?
Right.
yeah, that definitely sounds like the water level just lowered, and in doing so, kind of rendered the plumbing essentially inert for now.
Right. But that's the same similar kind of thing that we saw in the cavern, that we walked a mile to find, and we saw that broken piece of pipe, where once upon a time that might have been a completely water flowing situation, but
Right.
anymore, no, it doesn't work that way. The water's maybe flowing out somewhere else. The water table's receded. We don't know.
Yeah, maybe some of those cracks that Verde, sorry, that Alvis saw when he was swimming, were not there originally, and they've drained some of the water out.
Sure, and over 1,000 years, of course. I mean, I
Right.
think that would be expected rather than unusual.
Right. I mean, perhaps this building was never supposed to last that long.
Well, or
Sir,
at least not without maintenance.
right,
Right. Exactly.
sir, did I notice, were the pipes made of ceramic material, or were they bronze?
They seem to be bronze all
Okay,
around.
that's a pretty damn expensive plumbing system.
Seemed like the person who built this place was beyond wealth, though.
Right. No, I agree.
Well, yeah. I mean, anyone that talks about having a collection they could pack into a demiplane, they've got it going on.
Right,
Yeah.
they've got it happening. So, okay. Well, that I don't know that it gives us much more info than we had, but
No, that's actually a great amount of info.
Yeah, I
Could
mean
be
that
that,
journal alone is a huge find.
yeah.
the journal is huge.
And hey, we
And I
didn't even
feel
have
like
to fight anything to get here.
Yeah.
yeah. Also, I feel like activating all of the homunculi will probably keep this place in relatively decent condition. You know, they'll do the best they can.
Sure.
Yeah, they'll clean the dust. They can't do much for the furniture, but
Right.
And I think we should make sure the doors are closed when we leave, so that dust and sand don't blow in.
Yeah, are there
the
doors or are they gone?
the doors are currently gone.
Oh,
Well,
Yeah, we
that
would have
can
to
be
like make
remedied.
our own. Yeah.
There are hinges left over,
If I
but
used mending on like a chair or table that would otherwise kind of crumble to dust, am I able to restore it?
I think that works. Yeah.
All right, so I'll do
is there
that.
enough wood to mend a door, sir?
Not in the indoors doors. Yes, in the outdoors, they have seemingly long turned to dust.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, you might need somebody to come install a real door.
I think that might be a good thing to put on the list. Just, I mean, it does give the homunculi something to do, but it's kind of foolish. But I think we're going to need to send a team out here anyway to take a look at this transportation circle
yeah. Actually,
and see what kind of anything they can do with this to make it really useful to the commission.
I would strongly recommend we send Dex up here with maybe the second crew.
Well, and the water's actually not running. Drain, outflow would be fine, but the incoming water is, not functional at this point. But if they could get a way to, excuse me,
Huh.
to get water siphoned from that 15-foot drop and siphon the water up, they could have water running.
Totally.
Yeah. I'm sure we could get some sort of hose or something that can go all the way down there.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
Mending only goes a foot.
If
Yeah,
you
but
had
you could do it.
distant
You could do it in
spellcasting.
blocks.
I just thought the chairs.
I thought maybe I could touch the tube, like the pipe, and if I had 6 feet of mending, I could. But it's 15 feet. That's not going to happen.
Well, it's also not broken.
Yeah.
Oh, it's true. I thought the pipe. Yeah, that's right. Never mind.
But if we could fix one of these chairs
Yeah. Oh, I basically
or something so that we could mend it and carry it back and say, this is what the furniture looked like for pretty much a noble wizard 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, that's done. It
Yep,
is
we have
mended.
chair.
You can bring a chair home with you if you like.
Well,
You
and
can
then,
bring more than one if
we
you
can
really
bring
want.
it back too. I mean, set it back where we found it. But I was just thinking that could be useful. The historians might really glom onto it and like it. I think this place is just going to be fascinating for a lot of people. Between the telescope, the teleportation circle, homunculi.
The sunstone and the wiring. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I just think that this will be a place of great fascination for those who know how to dink around with this stuff. Dex, for example, I think would be fascinated with it. This could be a really nice place for a team. But it would need a small obelisk.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of a grounds or anything to this manor besides the dais out back or front? Whatever.
Not really. It's pretty remote. You imagine that the person who lived here must have either spent most of their time here, or would often, anytime they wanted to do something else nice, would probably leave and then come back later.
Right, and that possibly did a lot of entertaining here, maybe.
Yeah, there's. I mean, for all you know, there may have been a nearby town, but there's no mention of such a thing in the journal, and there's no.
Oh, she's
sign
got
for
a
one anywhere.
teleportation circle, so she can
Exactly.
bring
Yeah.
through anything that she needs. And she can, tell her friends, here's the code for the
Yeah,
teleportation
to go
circle. And,
literally anywhere on the planet and then
Right.
go back. So.
right, exactly. So this is a very nice mountain retreat kind of place to hang out and do some research and, fill it with your own goodies and have homunculi servants to care for you.
Not a terrible way to spend your days.
No, I could dig it, actually. Okay. Are we done here?
Yeah, I assume we're ready to head back, right?
Okay.
I think
Unless you have investigated all the shelves and pipes, unless anybody wants to fuck around with that telescope anymore.
Yeah, unless there was anything,
Yeah.
any shelves or drawers or anything, I guess I would want to kind of see if I can point the telescope straight towards the tower and try to get a better look at it.
That's a really
Right.
good idea.
Okay.
And like kind of the area around it if possible.
So, yeah, you imagine that this telescope was likely used to look at the stars, and whatever else in the sky. But it does point to the horizon as well. You can make it go in that direction. And with a little bit of ministration, you're able to get um, that tower in view. Now, your expectation here, as you know, as you've been told, and as history tells, is that the Star Tower at Vess is uh, like the two other Star Towers on the continent. Um, Somewhere around 50 stories tall. Uh, at least it used to be, apparently, from what you've heard. Uh, and large cities tend to pop up around these things. Over in Kalaja, the big city, Ascalon, exists around the tower, and down in Kotora is well, used to be Togen before that whole Blizzard business happened. Um, but here in Vesov, um, the Star Tower was surrounded by the city Ves. Um, uh, what you see through the telescope is a little bit different beyond the desert, though.
What?
That's a little odd there. It appears to be red shifted heavily.
Oh, great,
Wow.
great.
Yeah, that's a trip. It's like the Nine-Tailed Fox Tower.
What are those things coming off the sides? I wonder if those connect to something.
Well, they are the same color as the tower itself. Um, the strands that poke out and twist around
Is it
over and
moving?
under and through what must have at some point been a city. Um, but at this distance, I mean, the tower is a good still couple hundred miles away from you. Um, you can see the relative scale of things here based on the trees and rivers that you're seeing, um, and the old forest far in the distance, far far off to the east.
Is it moving?
No, not at all.
The tentacles are not moving.
No.
So what I was talking about were the brown things coming off the left and right.
Those are like cracks in the lens,
I
right?
would figure those are. Oh yeah.
No,
That's
No,
very
no. He means the things that go down into the crevice on either side.
Oh,
those are rivers.
The blue things are
oh,
rivers.
Oh,
yeah.
those are rivers pouring into it.
Those are rivers. Okay.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Oh, yeah. It helps when you zoom in.
It does, yeah.
Uh,
Wow.
So that's where we're headed. Yeah.
The lens flare is a nice
Yeah.
touch.
Yeah, the lens flare is very fancy. Good job, sir.
I'm glad you looked through
Everything
that
through a
before I dug my claws into it.
Dug your claws into it. What?
Are you gonna rip this telescope off the foundation?
Yeah. Or take the lenses.
How about
No.
we don't do that?
I
Yeah,
think we should
you gotta
leave
keep
it
stuff.
here at least until Dex gets a chance to see it for his own eyes.
Yeah, you already got stuff. You take what you have,
No,
and
I
then
didn't. I did not get any stuff, and you're always about taking stuff away from me. I'm just about done listening to you.
You have a book in your back pocket.
I would say I did give you that journal.
Yeah, and then the journal stated that I could take anything from the place.
Right, but if we're going to come back here and maybe use this, then we should probably leave this part working.
Right. All I was saying is to your point that you got nothing is just not true. That's all.
Good point.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess.
It is a perfectly ordinary telescope, though, right?
Yeah, aside from being a little dented and dusty, it works quite nicely.
Right, but
The
uh, other than the mechanism perhaps to rotate it, it doesn't seem to be powered by sun spark or anything interesting like that.
oh no, it is a completely ordinary, mundane telescope.
I did want to see if I could take the whole telescope and not just the lenses.
You would have to unscrew a lot of bolts.
I'm good with that. It's everybody
Well,
else
yeah,
who
but
doesn't
then
want
you'd have
to take
that would end up rendering the telescope useless for anybody else. And there are other people.
having a whole telescope. You
Yeah,
can bring
but
the telescope with
right now, I think we should just leave it here because I think Dex is going to be one of the next people up here, and I think he kind of needs to see the state of things.
It is a large telescope, but it's not like a backyard telescope. It's like a
Yeah, this thing's a freaking cannon.
yeah.
Yeah. Setting it up in Jose would be pretty nice.
Well, actually, I think it's better off here tactically in that regard, just because you have a better line of sight to the tower.
Yep.
You are quite high up here.
Also, it's probably darker here.
Well, yeah. I don't know that I don't know that that's true in the past. But all I was gonna say, Alvis, was that ultimately, it's just a telescope. So,
What
if you
the fuck do you mean it's just a telescope? Those things, especially of that size, is worth more gold than you've seen. I don't care how rich you think your family is.
I'm certainly rich enough to own a telescope like that if I wanted to, sir.
Really?
Uh-huh.
It's just a telescope. Yes.
Just a telescope. You
Uh,
tell me
Right over there is a magic circle that took a year to cast that allows somebody to come here from any place in the world with the right magic. That's worth way more than the telescope.
Any place in any world, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of point to myself. Yeah, totally.
actually, abstractly, the telescope gets more information by and is way more useful. It's only useful to me because I know how to use magic. It's an elitist's tool. This tool right there, that's a tool of the people.
I mean, this whole tower is an elitist tool, right?
Yes, which is why I should be claiming bits of it.
Because you're elitist?
Because I should be.
Ah, you aspire to it. I understand that.
Exactly. But I mean, I do get it. But also, the telescope is out in the middle of the,
Okay, we ready to go?
thing. It's
Yeah.
cracked
Oh,
twice.
he started walking.
Let's
coming
put
down.
like a bag over the telescope so that way it doesn't get more damage from the sand.
Yeah, can
You should cast
fix the
mending on it
telescope
too.
for it?
Oh yeah,
Oh, I
yeah,
have
yeah,
mending
yeah,
as a
I'll always
cantrip.
fix it up.
Yeah, you
I'm
can
just-
mend the cracks right up. It had a couple of dings.
I'm of the opinion, Naya, that your druidic order has taken a vow of poverty. Don't want me taking any.
You are absolutely entitled to your opinion. However, I don't agree with it.
Or
and we can
it
just
just
let it
happens that you haven't
stay
taken
there.
ownership of anything from anywhere.
You don't have ownership of anything except the shirt on your back.
Ow.
And the
See, yep, that's a vow of poverty if I've ever heard of one. Religious, not.
I haven't taken any vow of poverty. I'm a noble's daughter. I have a signet ring and
Sure,
scrolls at
I
home.
don't have any right to own anything except for the clothes on my back. That seems like vow of poverty or a statement that the only things you own are the clothes on your back.
No, I think she was talking about you.
But I own things.
Okay, well, you don't. Do you need to acquire more? Does it make you feel better?
Of course. That's the whole point. Acquisitions of goods.
The telescope is probably better just to leave here for now. If we decide we don't need to use it tactically and use this as a lookout point, then maybe we'll take it, disassemble it and bring it down to Shodze. But
Well, if you
I
really
mean,
want a
what if
telescope, Alice, why don't we build one?
A good one.
I mean, we can get the materials now. Seems
Well,
This
and
is
it
what I
doesn't have to be 1,000 years old, right?
this is what I mean about like I doubt the wealth of the material wealth of your family. If you think I could just build a thing like this, like how do you make
Well,
the lens?
we'd need Smitty's help, but certainly we could find a lens crafter as well.
Sure. Whatever you make new today is going to be probably a lot more powerful than this one.
You're also forgetting the historical value of this thing.
Well, better to preserve it in situ then, so that it has its context, right?
Absolutely
That's what I
not.
think.
No one said that they wanted their stuff in a museum.
Does casting mending on an item ruin its mint condition?
I mean, it does
No.
rob it of that same context I was just talking
That's
about.
sort of patina, yeah.
But I mean, the person said they wanted
it's
stuff in a museum.
the condition isn't what makes it fancy though. It's the making style, the maker's mark, and the work and the craftsmanship
The
done
history,
in
exactly.
that time and era. But I will say yes, contextually, it's worth a lot more to remain here where it was discovered than like you to get the same value. You'd have to take this entire platform on tour.
The note literally says they want their work preserved in a museum.
Their work or that journal?
Right, but that
They
museum.
were really non-specific about that.
We could make of this place that museum.
That's true.
It sounds like we've reached an agreement.
I think so.
I'm begrudged.
It'll be fun making your own telescope.
All right. Well, you
Telescope.
all exit stage left is something that can happen. And you all gain 1,250 experience points
All
for
right.
your efforts.
Neat.
Before the Redshift starts in another day or two, you're able to make your way back to Chose and report in. And we will catch up in 2 weeks on what reporting in consists of.
Okay.
All right.
Very cool.
1,000 how many?
Thanks for the session.
12.
Awesome, man. Yeah.
For hosting.
50.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for joining,
1250?
everyone. Yes.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, my
Yeah,
character
thanks, man.
sheet crapped out as soon as you told me, and I wasn't able to put it in.
I understand. Yeah, okay, that's it. That's the game for tonight. Thank you for joining, everyone.
Good night.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
Good
Night, everybody.
everybody.